beautiful Friday afternoon in central South Carolina. We welcome you to Dr. C. Keith Connors Field for the conference home opener for the Southern Wesleyan Warriors as they look to rebound from a series sweep to open Conference Carolina's play against the visiting King Tornado. This will be a doubleheader, games 1 and 2 here this evening, and then game 3 will be played tomorrow at this very field as well. On a beautiful 65-degree afternoon in central South Carolina, I say welcome to this Conference Carolina's baseball matchup. My name's Jordan York alongside Mike Gillespie. And, you know, these are two teams, Mike, that are picked lower toward the totem pole in the Conference Carolinas. You look at King projected 11th and SWU 12th this season, and coming off of rough starts to conference play in the series last weekend for King against North Greenville and for SWU against Young Harris. What do you think these teams need to do in order to forget that and move on and focus on winning this weekend?
Well, first of all, Jordan, it's great to be here. What a nice day. I mean, almost 80 degrees out here, but you're exactly right. The beauty of that, it is exactly what you said. It's the first weekend. Last weekend, it's the second weekend of the conference season. A lot of baseball left. So I know both teams probably evaluated their last weekend's performance, had good practices this week, and just really excited to get back out here. It's so early. You know, we're just past the middle of February. And so I think that's probably the note, the message that both head coaches gave their teams this week is, you know, rough start, sure. For us, for Southern Wesleyan, you're playing one of the perennial top 25 teams in the country in Young Harris. So that was a difficult task right there. Get them out of the way and just kind of focus on being the best team that you can be.
And we will see if they can do that here today. King leading off with right fielder Logan Janney. On the mound for the Warriors is number 45, Tanner Lewis, who is off to a sensational start to start this season. An ERA under 2, has had a complete game. He had it against Auburn University Montgomery earlier this season. Started 3 games, has pitched over 15 innings, and his first pitch is in there for a strike. 12 strikeouts, only 6 runs allowed this season for Lewis. Opponents batting just .204 against him so far this season.
Always a nice start when you can run your game 1 guy out there and have some good numbers to back it up.
Absolutely. The lefty has been terrific this season, a redshirt freshman. He doesn't have the most experience, but you wouldn't know it when you see him on the mound. He's calm, cool, and collected, and he's ahead 1-2 in the count. SWU comes in 3-8 on the season. King 3-7. Mentioned King falling to North Greenville last weekend. They actually took Game 3 of that series, which was a big-time surprise, 11-5. That was the first time North Greenville has lost this season. North Greenville, number 2 in the country as of the latest Division II baseball rankings, obviously a title contender this season. King trying to ride that momentum here today as Janney fouls the second straight pitch off to the left side.
Jordan, traditionally, King always has one starter that will go out and beat anybody in the conference. Traditionally, it's been kind of a soft-throwing lefty, but anxious to see what he might bring to the mound this weekend.
The 1-2 from Lewis. Another foul. We've got a good battle here in this first at-bat. Janney set to see pitch number 6 coming up in just a moment. Janney this season batting .273 so far in the campaign. Has started all but 1 game as that pitch goes high and away to even the count.
You mentioned Tanner Lewis being a redshirt freshman, transferring from Florence Darlington. That is a very good junior college, the lower part of our state here. So even though he didn't get time in the spring, most likely a good opportunity for some innings in the fall.
Stands at 6 foot, 190 pounds, got good length out there on the mound, has some pretty good heat as well. It's a full count, though, and this is quite the battle early between Lewis and Janney. The first real momentum shift in this game, perhaps. A swing and a miss. Lewis got him for his first strikeout of the day, number 13 on the season. And that's got to feel really good if you're Lewis starting off game one.
Nothing like trying to get that momentum earlier in the game, in the first game of the weekend series as well.
A 9-pitch at bat, but Janney finally goes down. Now it's Misael Garcia, the third baseman, wearing number 38, up to bat. Garcia batting .280 this season. Has been one hit in each of his last 4 games. Was 1 for 4 against Emory and Henry in a midweek contest, and then was 1 for 3 in all 3 games against North Greenville. The pitch from Lewis. Finds it on the lower left corner for strike 2. For strike 1, excuse me. Just a bit outside there for ball 2. And Mike, if you're King, how aggressive are you at the plate against this redshirt freshman?
Typically against a freshman, you want to come in and establish, play discipline early. Really early in the season, too, you're just trying as a hitter, trying to catch up to the pitcher some at this point in time.
And that's a good way to do it. A line drive goes over Lewis's head, and that will be a single for Misael Garcia. Maybe get
number 35, Tommy Reynolds.
Going for the Tornado.
One of the things Coach Robinson and I have been talking about the past couple of days is the amount of runs being scored in specifically Division II baseball this spring. We've had teams that are scoring in the 20s, the 30s. It's almost like a football game breaks out there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
We were discussing this morning, what's the trends and the rationale as far as that happening.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at the series last weekend against Young Harris. It was 14-7 in Game 1, 9-8, a much closer game in Game 2, and then Game 3 got away from SWU pretty quickly, 28-10. That was the final score. But you look at those 2 of those 3 scores are football scores.
Exactly.
But you're seeing a lot of offense in Division II baseball, especially early on this season. We'll see if that continues over the course of this season or whether it kind of tapers off once batters and pitchers are more familiar with each other. Tommy Reagan, the first baseman at the plate, a 1-1 count. And Reagan gets another nice crack off of Lewis. That will drop and possibly send Garcia to third. And it's looking like runners on the corners with just 1 out for the Tornado. Off to a good start. Back-to-back hits off of Lewis. Cale Richardson now to clean up, leading the Tornado in batting average, .414 on the season, has 2 home runs as well. Was 1 for 4 against Emory and Henry in the midweek earlier this week. Was 3 for 4, 1 for 3, and 2 for 4 in the series against North Greenville. Takes an aggressive approach at the plate. Has struck out 10 times this season, second on the Tornado. So he's very much get a hit and get runners moving or head back to the dugout in a hurry. And right now he's looking at a 1-1. The left fielder, a senior from Danville, Virginia. And the pickoff attempt there, not quite successful. Still a 1-1 count. Runners on the corners for King. And that is well hit. Going towards center. Trying to track back, and that's gone! A 3-run shot for King. It just barely had enough distance to get over that right center wall, but Cale Richardson brings in 3 for the Tornado.
Jordan, that's kind of an example of what we've been talking about. Wind blowing more so towards center field now, but it was left center field, probably about 18 to 20 miles per hour. But even a ball off the bat like that, looks like it's going to be, caught relatively right center field, right up against the wall, and it just continues to carry out.
Yeah, it did not look when it left the bat like that was a no-doubt home run, but it got the job done. Richardson, his 3rd home run of the season, and the Tornado quickly lead it 3-0. And if you're Lewis, you gave up back-to-back singles, and then you get taken the distance. How do you try and just erase that and go right back to your confidence on the mound?
I think you answered your own question right there. You simply just got to, next pitch mentality. You can't focus on a couple of base hits, a big fly there, and try to get something like this, get a pop up to the infield. And it gets that confidence back, regroup, and go from there.
2 outs now for the Tornado. And, yeah, that'll certainly help. A good pitch created not the best contact, and then able to range over and get the out for SWU was Cade Bowling at second base. So now we'll see designated hitter Tanner Stout wearing number 24. Stout has played in just 5 games this season, was 0 for 6 in the 2 games against North Greenville. Batting just 182 on the year.
As that game 1 starter, you definitely want to maintain and establish dominance right out of the gate. But you also have to be mentally tough enough to where if you have something like this go against you in the top half of the first, just flush it and trust that your hitters are going to score some runs.
Tied for the most runs Lewis has given up this season, and it happened in the first inning. He gave up 3 runs in 3.2 innings in the opener against Newberry, had 4 strikeouts. Then the complete game I mentioned against Auburn Montgomery, he had 5 strikeouts in the 7-inning shutout, and then it was Young Harris, 3 innings, no runs given up, 3 strikeouts, but the game just got out of hand once the bullpen made their way out there. But now only 6 earned runs this season. The 3-1, and the count goes full after a wild swing there from Stout.
Obviously the biggest pitch here so far in the game for Tanner Lewis.
The full count, trying to get out of the inning, and he's unsuccessful. It'll be a walk for Stout, and once again, a runner is on for the Tornado. So now we'll see Kenny Hirschfeld at just 5'9", the catcher, a transfer from Lackawanna College in his first season with the Tornado. Has been pretty productive overall this season, batting .208 on the campaign. And he gets a good crack off of Lewis. It'll get through the gap, and that'll be another hit for the Tornado, their 4th of the inning. What do you think King has figured out here in this first inning to take advantage of Lewis this early?
Obviously they're just coming out being aggressive at the plate, and that could have been their strategy is going to get a pitching visit here for the Warriors just to give Tanner a break and maybe kind of calm his nerves down a little bit. But I think that's, kind of what you're talking about is King obviously wanted to come out. Anytime you're on the road and you get the advantage of, hitting first and you want to make that count. And so far King has been able to do that. The big hit with the home run obviously helped out.
Now you're looking at a situation, 2 runners on. 2 outs. Your pitcher clearly lacking a bit in confidence right now.
And now you just want to remind him, hey, you've got the advantage. We got a force at every base. We got 2 outs. Give me a fly ball. Give me a ground ball to your infielder. Get the easy out. We'll get back in. The Warriors are going to score some runs. They've proven that all season long. Obviously, pitching has been kind of the Achilles heel at this point in the season. And, again, as a pitcher, you know that going into the game. So there's more added pressure. You want to go in, throw up a 0 in the first inning. That hasn't happened. So now you just got to regroup. And, again, it's just trusting your fielders behind you and trusting your hitters that they're going to score.
Yeah, I think your point about just getting out of this inning would be huge for Lewis, just from a confidence perspective and able to just take some time. He'll be able to sit in the dugout while the Warriors are up to bat and just collect himself before going back out there, because there's a lot of trust in his ability out there on the mound, and I don't see him getting pulled anytime soon because Coach Matthew Robinson has a lot of trust in his redshirt freshman. There's a reason he's the Game 1 starter.
That, and you got a lot of baseball ahead of us, so you got to protect that bullpen the best you can.
Jose Ruiz now in the batter's box and down 0-2 in the count.
Warriors have to like their chances, especially the wind blowing out to left center. King came in with 7 home runs, obviously have 8 now. Warriors, have doubled that. They have 14 so far in the season, so that's kind of a chip you can play too.
Yeah, I don't think it would surprise anybody here at Dr. C. Keith Connors Field if this 3-game series is very high scoring, because these teams have a lot of offensive firepower, and they will most likely put that on full display this weekend. We've already seen King do a good job of that here in this first inning, and it'll be up for SWU to respond when they get the chance to bat. The 0-2 to Ruiz. Fouled off behind the plate, and so he'll keep the inning alive.
Ruiz is battling here, exactly what you want to see from the King standpoint. Southern Wesleyan would really like to get out of this inning. King would like to obviously tack on a couple more runs.
Runners on first and second. Lewis fires, and it's fouled off again. 3 consecutive foul balls for Jose Ruiz. And if he's able to get on base here, we'll see every batter in the order for King here in this first inning. That's not the way you want to start Game 1 of your 3-game series if you're SWU, but I think only 3 runs, they'd be pretty happy with that, given how productive King has been with the bats this inning.
Exactly. Good at bat here by Ruiz, battling a lot of pitches.
30-plus pitches in this inning for Tanner Lewis. The redshirt freshman just trying to get off the mound. Delivers outside for ball 1. So after 4 consecutive foul balls from Jose Ruiz, we see the first ball of the at-bat. Lewis again just outside for ball number 2.
One of those situations, too, right now as a fielder, specifically an infielder, you want to make sure you stay laser focused. You want to get back on your heels in a situation like that. You've been out there for a while now, as you said, 30-plus pitches, and have a tendency to lose a step.
Just high there for ball 3. So the count went from 0-2 to now full. Ruiz has been very patient in this at-bat after coming out with an aggressive approach.
The runners will be in motion here, so that kind of offsets an easy play.
And that is well hit by Ruiz. It'll drive in the 4th run of the inning. The single and the RBI for Ruiz. It's 4-0 Tornado.
Very productive at bat there by Ruiz. Anytime you can work a count to full after being down 0-2 and deliver a run-scoring single, you've done your job.
A terrific job there, and now we'll see Chris Rosario, the center fielder, for the first time today, batting .375 in the 6 games he's seen this season. And that goes straight into the glove of shortstop Tristan Tillman, and that will end the inning. But not after 4 runs, 5 hits, and leaving 2 runners on base. It's 4-0 Tornado as we head to the bottom of the first.
This is nationwide. The NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
Check, check.
You played before that. Trying to have the trim or something. And it's West Shores FC, where by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. We're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. West Shores FC, we're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. We're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
Back here at Dr. C. Keith Connors Field as we get set here for the bottom of the first inning. And it's Tristan Tillman to lead it off for the Southern Wesleyan Warriors. The shortstop, a preseason player to watch in the Conference Carolinas. Stands at 6 foot, 175 pounds, the USC Sumter transfer. And he's been very productive so far this season. And that is going to be a tough play made by the shortstop. Not in time. It'll be a single for Tillman. A good start for the Warriors.
Good chance Tillman is going to be trying to steal a bag here.
And we'll see if he can do it with Nolan Ivitt at the plate. The returning leader in batting average for the Warriors. He led the team last season with an average above 300. So far this season, he's leading it with an average of 444. Has 3 homers, 12 RBIs. Had 1 hit in the midweek against Georgia College. And a powerful swing there, just missed. A 12-1 victory on Wednesday for Georgia College, or for SWU against Georgia College, I should say. Their 3rd win of the season. As for King, coming off of a close loss to Emory and Henry, that game was 4-3. Still 1-1 for Evett. And that is fouled off toward the houses. It'll be a 1-2 count. And if you're the Warriors here, Mike, how aggressive are you trying to be at the plate in this inning, knowing what King did in the top of the first?
I think they're going to keep their same philosophy, go up there and be aggressive at the plate. You know, a lot of baseball left here. They have basically 9 innings to hit, so I don't think you're going to see them necessarily change anything that they've been doing. You know, if it's later in the game, you may see an extra pitch or two, but I'm sure they're just going to go up there and do what they've been doing pretty good throughout the season so far.
You mentioned the possible steal from Tillman. Ben Hale, very aware of that. The preseason Conference Carolinas player to watch for King. And right on cue, Tillman does exactly that, recording the stolen base.
That was number 10 on the year for Tillman, which he's not in the league leader as far as conference just because he hasn't played in the game so far. But that's one of those stats where, you know, from a batting average standpoint, I can see minimum games played. But
yeah, this is 7th game this season, and he has now 10 stolen bases in 11 attempts. That's a pretty good ratio and a pretty good just consistency. He's good for almost 2 stolen bases every game he's in. And now he's in scoring position. Still the full count for Evett. And Evett sends it toward the first baseman. It's a race to the bag, and the first baseman, Reagan, wins it for the out.
this is not only good for the Warriors, but good for Tanner Lewis. It gives him a little more time in the dugout, kind of recollect, settle down a little bit more, but also, you know, they're playing with a lot of confidence from an offensive standpoint. And got 1 run away, 90 feet away. Schimmel could obviously cut this deficit in half with 1 swing.
Absolutely could, and we'll see if Ethan Schimmel, the first baseman, can do exactly that. Stands at 6'6", 235 pounds. He is definitely one of the power hitters for this team, and we see him chop one straight toward Reagan, and Reagan recording back-to-back outs. The run in Tillman does come in to score, so it's now 4-1.
Best case scenario right there for Southern Wesleyan. You got a couple outs, but hey, cutting into that lead, and they realize too, got a lot of at-bats left in this game.
Ben Hale on the mound, the sophomore from Virginia, Cedar Bluff, Virginia to be specific. 12.86 ERA this season. Gave up 4 runs, 6 hits, and had 6 strikeouts in his last start against North Greenville. That was in Game 1 of that series, which ended up being a loss for the Tornado. And a wild swing from Dyer puts the Warriors in a dire situation. The 1-2 count, 2 outs. Dyer, 6'1", 190 pounds, the Limestone transfer. SWU, a beneficiary of the unfortunate shutdown of Limestone University, able to recruit a couple Saints to come to Central this season. Twos all around. Here's the pitch, and a swing and a miss. He got him on the strikeout. his first of the day ends this first inning. SWU gets one, but they still trail it by 3. It's 4-1 as we head to the top of the second. We'll be right back on the Conference Carolinas Digital Network.
Things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
Back here as we get set for the top of the second inning. 4-1, the Tornado lead it. And the leadoff man from the first inning, we'll see again in the second in Logan Janney. Struck out in his first appearance after quite the battle with Tanner Lewis, but his long time out there in the batter's box really sparked an offensive push from Garcia, Reagan, and Richardson of the Tornado.
This is the most obvious advantage here for King. Second time around, as you mentioned, seeing Lewis. So he's really got his work cut out for him here.
And that is well hit in left field. Does it have enough? It is gone. Another home run for the Tornado. This one coming from Logan Janney. And a storm has hit the Warriors. It's 5-1. And for Lewis, that was probably the worst thing that could have happened to start this inning, especially after how rocky the first inning was.
Yeah, he was definitely looking to go out there, get ahead, get the first out quickly. That didn't work out. Warriors bullpen activity going, as you might imagine now.
And you never want to be in a situation where you're throwing a lot of arms in game one, because it has an effect on games 2 and 3 as well. But right now it seems like that might be necessary for Southern Wesleyan because Lewis just doesn't seem to have it today.
That's that fine balance as a coach. You really have to manage for your team. You can't let this one get away from you. But also, like you said, you've got game 2, here later on this afternoon. You've got the third game of the series tomorrow. Right now scheduled first pitch at 2 o'clock. We'll see what the weather does.
And it is a little bit different because this wasn't originally scheduled to be a doubleheader today.
Yeah, we've got some weather coming in forecast. We had a good rain for about 10 minutes earlier today. Connor Field was tarped, so they were able to get that off. Field's in great condition right now, expecting some rain overnight. So hoping to get the doubleheader in today and then keep with that first pitch tomorrow at 2. We'll see how that goes.
A big weather storm coming in this weekend, and that is hit toward right center. Not quite enough distance under it, a little too much air, and Matthew McCaffrey is able to grab that one in center field for the first out of the inning.
we have the advantage, Jordan, to see the pine trees out beyond right field, and you can see the upper part of those trees. It's moving. So we've got a good wind with the flags, probably 18 to 20, as I mentioned earlier. But even on up higher in the elevation, the wind's kicking pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely is, and especially like that ball Janney hit toward left field. Anything that goes out there, you can pretty much book it as gone. And that's another pop out in foul territory.
It's a nice play there by Schimmel. Stayed with that. Probably a normal day would have pushed out of play, but the wind pushed that one back into him.
And really tricky as a fielder to try and judge where that ball's going to go because of this wind. It is certainly, you can see it whipping pretty good, especially when you look at the flag out there in left field. And a quick 2 outs for Lewis after giving up that home run. Maybe a little bit more confidence back in the redshirt freshman. And right as I say that, Richardson gets hit by a pitch and heads to first base.
Yeah, he's definitely been unable to, string together 2 or 3 hitters in a row where he's been able to set them down. So,
well, Richardson did homer in his first appearance, so that's one way to make sure he doesn't do that again. Adrian Vidal now at the plate for the Tornado. Had a line out to short in the first inning. And that was low for ball 1. Both these teams coming off of seasons last year that ideally you would like to forget if you could. You look at Southern Wesleyan, who was 10-40 on the year. You look at King, who wasn't much better, just 14-36. And there's a reason when you're coming off a season like that, regardless of how much talent you bring in, you're not going to be projected very high in the conference. Both these teams trying to prove the polls wrong. We'll see if they can do it. But right now, it's 5-1 King as we head to the bottom of the second.
Legacy began in 1973. That was the year NCAA Division II was born. And since the very first day, our division has shaped generations of student athletes with a true sense of academics, athletics, and community. That is 5 decades of graduations, championships, teamwork, and personal development. 50 years of shaping student athletes into world-class leaders. NCAA Division II. Our division, our legacy.
Back here for the bottom of the second, and it's designated hitter Josh Long, who we'll see for the first time today for the Warriors, batting .308 this season. This his 6th time in the starting lineup this season, has played in every game for the Warriors. Coming off a 2-for-4 performance against Georgia College, in which he had a double, and he made it across home plate 3 times in that game. So he was very productive in the 12-1 victory.
Jordan, to your point about both teams coming off, years they would like to improve on, we were just talking actually today at lunch about with the transfer portal, there's really no consistency for the majority of teams year to year. If you have a good year in the transfer portal, you can bring in a lot of talent with experience and push out a lot of wins in a season. So the preseason polls are really kind of vague.
You're absolutely right, and that one will drop perfectly placed. It hung up in the air for a good while, but Josh Long able to get it to fall for a single, the second hit of the day for the Warriors. And now we'll see Cade Bowling, the second baseman, who has been pretty solid this season. 222 on the campaign, coming off of a 2-for-4 performance with 3 RBIs. Had a home run his first of the season against Georgia College.
That was a good win this week for Southern Wesleyan midweek against a Peach Pelt institution. Gave them some confidence going into this weekend, obviously.
And especially in the southeast region of the country, you've got these conferences are very familiar with each other. You look at the Conference of Carolinas and the South Atlantic Conference, two of arguably the best baseball conferences in the country. And you see a lot of those midweek matchups. Those are the interconference duels because we've seen with already this season Mars Hill and Newberry be opponents for Southern Wesleyan. We'll see Anderson for the Warriors coming up next week. King, we already saw them open the season with a 3-game series against the Trojans, and then we've seen them play Emory and Henry this season twice already.
Yeah, this area of the country, specifically this area of the state, you don't have to travel very far for midweek non-conference baseball, and you get good quality competition.
A 3-1 count now for Bowling. 5-1 lead for the Tornado. Warriors trying to do their part to cut into it. We mentioned, though, both of these teams very much have the capability to light up the scoreboard. And so far, it's been lit in every half inning we've had so far. The full count for Bowling. He goes down swinging. The second strikeout of the day for Ben Hale in the first of the inning. Sends up Matthew McCaffrey, the center fielder, who is second on the Warriors in batting average, batting .393 this season.
As you mentioned earlier, Southern Wesleyan, 80 runs on the season, or 81 now, but in just this their 12th game. So they have a lot of confidence that 5 runs is not going to do them in. So when you're scoring 7, 8, 9 runs a game on average, offensively, you're going in with a good game plan.
And watch out for Matthew McCaffrey here as a speed threat. He's a guy who can turn a double into a triple very easily. Has 2 triples so far this season. Yet to hit a home run, but has 9 RBIs and leads the Warriors in on-base percentage. He's been on base 60% of the time this season. The 1-0 from Hale makes it 1-1. Of course, Mike, you and I were talking off air about how competitive this conference is. 5 teams, either nationally ranked or receiving recognition in the latest polls. North Greenville leading the way at number 2. But there is a lot of talent in this conference.
There is. Typically, up until North Greenville, 5, 6, 7 years ago, Mount Olive, Belmont Abbey, Erskine at the time was kind of your top tier of the conference, and now with North Greenville and Belmont Abbey and added UNC Pembroke and Francis Marion a few years ago, both of those have quality baseball programs. So it is Conference Carolinas, and if you talk within just the last decade, has quickly gone from just an average D2 conference in the country to one of, if not the best.
It certainly has, and we talked now about that aforementioned preseason poll. We talked about it from the King and Southern Wesleyan perspective, but you look at tied for first was North Greenville and Francis Marion, and they're both off to terrific starts this season. And then you mentioned the 3, 4, 5, Young Harris, Belmont Abbey, and Mount Olive, the three perennial contenders as of late in this conference. But so much talent. Any one of these preseason rankings could be flipped the complete opposite, and I don't think it would surprise anybody in the conference.
You're exactly right. Pembroke obviously is traditionally in there as well, and their longtime assistant is now the second-year coach at Francis Marion, so he bringing some experience there down to the coastal school.
The 3-1 from Hale, fouled off behind the plate.
Home plate umpire took one off the arm, so we'll see if that triggers any more strike calls.
A full count here, one runner on, one out here in this inning. King obviously would like to get the double play to end it if they can. But it's fouled off again by McCaffrey. And this coming up the 7th pitch of the at-bat. Delivers low for ball 4. And so all of a sudden now Southern Wesleyan threatening with 2 runners on and only 1 out.
Kind of the best case scenario here for the Warriors, gives the bullpen an opportunity to sit down with just 1 out here in the second inning, couple runners on. Try to extend Lewis as much as possible.
Now we'll see Seth Pettit, the catcher, was 1 for 4 with an RBI against Georgia College. The freshman from Canton, Georgia, stands at 6'2", 180 pounds. Hitting .286 this season. And he'd love to drive in at least a run, if not more, here. Fouled off by Pettit. The count goes to 1-2. And of course, we mentioned in that first inning for Tanner Lewis how he was at 30-plus pitches. Now Hale has eclipsed that mark as well. Pitch number 35 coming up.
That is definitely what neither one of these head coaches wanted to experience in Game 1.
You're absolutely right. I think both of these coaches were hoping their starter could go the full game if they could have it their way. But I think also a win in Game 1 is very pivotal for dictating how this series will go.
It's crucial to get that momentum. We're still early in the season, too. You know, head coaches have different philosophy. Some may still have a pitch count on for their starting pitcher, just kind of getting them into March. With the conference season starting up so early, you kind of have to rush your arms a little bit. You'd like to give them a little more opportunity out there, but sometimes you simply can't do it.
And a swing and a miss there for McCaffrey, or for Pettit, excuse me. The second strikeout of the inning for Ben Hale, his 3rd of the day. And now we'll see the bottom of the order for SWU. Luke Taylor, wearing number 0, hitting .417 this season. Doesn't quite qualify for any statistics because this his 9th game played, but he would be, if he qualified, he'd be second on the team in batting average. Been on base 50% of the time. Trying to keep that going here in the bottom of the second with 2 outs. And that is fouled off behind the plate. Nearly hit a patron. The 0-1 for Taylor. And with 2 outs here, perhaps do you try and maybe double steal if you're Southern Wesleyan?
I was just about.
That drops fair just in the field of play. Runners coming around to score, and it will be cutting the deficit by 1. Josh Long crosses home plate, but now no need for that double steal because you've got 2 runners in that exact spot. 2 runners in scoring position, and here comes your leadoff man, Tristan Tillman.
I think the Warriors are going to really stick to their plan. 40-plus stolen bases coming in here in just their 12th game. Obviously showing that they can run the bases well. And, down 5-1, 5-2 now, like we talked about earlier, if this is a 7th, 8th game, probably not. But you want to kind of continue to get things started and be aggressive on the base pass. So, yeah, if that would have been a ball or if that would have been a foul ball, you very well could have seen the Warriors moving.
And I think those stolen bases are certainly something to watch because you look at their opponents. They've only tried to steal 23 times this season, whereas Southern Wesleyan has stolen 50-plus times and been successful, now 42, as you mentioned. Two quick balls, and Tillman is ahead in the count. Singled in his first appearance and then had the only stolen base of the day.
That's one aspect from a pitcher facing the Warriors when you have runners on the bases. You're always got that in the back of your mind, and anytime you can take a little bit of the focus and concentration off of the hitter and force it to the pitcher to focus on you on the base pass, that's helping the hitter out that much more.
And you can see that flag in left field is whipping now. Gusts probably in the 30s, maybe even low 40s here this afternoon.
I just took notice of that before you mentioned it, and fortunately it's when the Warriors are at the plate.
The 3-1 count now for Southern Wesleyan, and if you're Tillman here, you wouldn't mind a walk, loading the bases with 2 outs with Nolan Evett, the one due up. The pitch from Hale finds the zone, and the count goes full. And I think if you're Hale, you're absolutely thinking, I have to get Tillman out here because I don't want to see Nolan Evett at the plate. He's been sensational this season. 3 homers, 4 doubles, 12 RBIs. And Tillman nearly took out McCaffrey. McCaffrey showing quick reflexes right there.
The other thing with Tillman reaching first base, can't steal second with someone standing out there, so you kind of limit his productivity and give yourself, as you mentioned, a chance for a force play.
The full count from Hale, trying to get out of the inning. He does not. It goes a little too far inside, and the bases are loaded for the Warriors. And here comes Nolan Evett, batting .444 this season, grounded out to first base in his first appearance. We're going to see a pitcher meeting for King, so now 1 apiece for both sides.
Great opportunity here for Nolan to increase his team leading home run and actually could take the lead in terms of RBIs with 1 swing. So big at bat here, even in the second inning. Chance to do some damage and cut into the lead, or if he gets behind it, could catapult the Warriors into the lead.
Nolan transferred from Spartanburg Methodist before the 2025 season. He had his first collegiate home run with Spartanburg Methodist, and then last year was terrific, leading the Warriors in average, as I mentioned. Started 37 of the 44 games he played in, had 41 hits with 7 doubles, a triple, and a home run. He's looking for homer number 5 in a Southern Wesleyan uniform here right now. This is a big momentum shifter for both of these teams, and Evitt rips it, but it goes foul.
Nolan was definitely sitting dead red there and got a pitch he thought he could handle.
He handled it pretty darn good. Went into the forest out there, but unfortunately for Evitt, it was way foul. Coming across just a little bit early. And that one fouled behind the plate, so he's taken an aggressive approach, which not surprising in this situation, but now he's down 0-2 in the count. The 0-2. Evitt sending it towards center. It looks like King will make the play, and they do. Unscathed go the Tornado, aside from the one run. SWU strands 3. Wow, that was a tongue twister. They trail by 3 as we head to the top of the third. It's 5-2 King.
Campuses nationwide, the NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
The top of the third, and the Tornado looking to extend what is currently a 5-2 lead. Tanner Stout, the first man to try and do so. He was walked in his first appearance, came around to score in that first inning as well. Lewis still out there for the Warriors. 51 pitches in the first 2 innings. He's got to be a little bit more efficient in this third through fifth stretch, really, if you're Southern Wesleyan and you're trying to keep him out there for as long as possible.
This might be his biggest inning yet. 53 pitches now in, and he's obviously noted that the hitters are going to score for him. They've done a run each inning so far, so if he can come out and get a quick out, put up a 0 on the board, that's all the confidence he may need to go forward. In the mid-50s, he's not going to be out there for too much longer, just simply due to the pitch count.
He's ahead 1-2 in the count, and he got the strikeout he's been waiting for. A good way to start the third inning for Tanner Lewis, and now it'll force Kenny Hirschfeld to do the work.
That's the first time we spoke that into existence positively for Tanner. We've talked about it and kind of jinxed him earlier in the first 2 innings, so maybe his fortune will change here.
The second strikeout of the day for Tanner Lewis. And Hirschfeld sends one up towards Southern Wesleyan's dugout and goes foul. Hirschfeld singled in his first appearance. Got as far as second base, but was unable to score.
Remind fans, if you're watching the broadcast today and can't make it out to the con tomorrow, as of right now, first pitch still scheduled for 2 p.m. We'll kind of evaluate the weather and go from there.
And fouled off by Hirschfeld. Of course, we don't know what Game 3 could be. It could be one of these teams trying to go for the sweep, or it could be the series decider. And we also don't know what the weather conditions will look like as well. But we do know that Lewis has back-to-back strikeouts to start the top of the third. And now Jose Ruiz, the second baseman, in the batter's box with 2 outs. Also singled in his first appearance. That's a common theme for how this game started for Lewis, but he does seem to be a lot more settled in now. He's been more efficient in his at-bats, and he's gotten the strikeouts that have helped him grow his confidence back.
Definitely, if he can get this third out here. Remember the first inning, Ruiz had a quality at bat, productive at bat. Saw a lot of pitches to chip into that 50-plus pitch count for Lewis, but right now Lewis is coming out there and doing exactly what head coach Matt Robinson wanted him to do.
The 0-2 pitch, just a bit outside for ball 1.
Tanner's got a little bit more bounce to his step too. Missed that one off. It was an 0-2 pitch, so 0-2 count, so no worries there, but he got back on the rubber and ready to go, so he's feeling pretty good right now.
And he should be, because he struck out 1, 2, and 3 in that third inning. A perfect inning for Tanner Lewis to get his confidence back in the first scoreless inning of our ball game here today. It's still 5-2 as SWU looks to get back in this game, maybe take the lead here in the bottom of the third. We'll be back in just a moment.
You played before that. Trying to have the film or something. And his Where should they see? We're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. We're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. West Coast FC, we're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. We're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
Set for pitch number 50 here in the bottom of the third inning is Ben Hale, and he will see Ethan Schimmel, who grounded out to first base in his first appearance today.
3, 4, and 5 for the Warriors. So Nothing like seeing a scoreless inning in the top half and your 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up in the bottom half.
And as a team that we've talked about a lot during this game so far, just the offensive capability of this team. You look at the number of home runs this season. You look at the runs on average per game in the 7 to 8 range. I mean, that's a lot of confidence these batters have when they're going in the batter's box, and it kind of helps the pitchers. There's a reciprocal effect there because these pitchers know, okay, I can give up a couple runs and we'll be just fine because our batters will be able to do the job. And trying to lay down a bunt there. It goes foul. An interesting approach from Schimmel, but I like it.
Schimmel trying to take advantage. Outfield is slightly straight away. Center field a little bit off, a little bit toward left center, but the infield is dead pull. And so I think he was just trying to find his way on the base pass there. If he could have got that down, he could have walked to first.
The 1-2 for Schimmel. High for ball 2. Of course, we mentioned how Anderson awaits for Southern Wesleyan after the conclusion of this series, but we look at the schedule coming up for King, and it's Mars Hill who awaits the Tornado. So again, we talked about that South Atlantic Conference Carolina's familiarity and how often they play each other, especially in those midweek just games, the single games, and we're seeing more of that. Pretty much that's going to be what we see throughout the entire season. You might see a Peach Belt or two thrown in here and there, but for the large part, those two conferences are very friendly to each other.
You're exactly right. Anderson only 30, 35 minutes from campus here, so traditionally Anderson and Southern Wesleyan have played anywhere from 2 midweek games to 3, even 4 at some years. Good local rival.
A full count here for Hale, whose at-bats he's had to work with have gotten a lot longer as this game has progressed, and that's going to be another battle won in favor of a walk. Schimmel heads to first base, and here comes Perry Dyer, who struck out in his first appearance, looking to avoid the same fate.
Even though the Tornadoes still have a 3-run lead, you can see the momentum slowly starting to shift to the Warrior dugout, getting that 0 in the top half, and now leadoff runner reaching base is something that's important for Southern Wesleyan.
Absolutely, especially because how quickly King seemed like they snatched the momentum in that first inning, and then it kind of looked like early in the second that King was going to be able to pile on the runs, and that was going to be something we see all day. But Southern Wesleyan has settled in. Again, this is their home conference opener. They've yet to play a game that really matters here at their home stadium. So a little bit of jitters, but they seem to be, the blood pressure seems to be dialed in now, and they seem to be performing a lot better here in this third inning. The 0-1 from Hale, way low for ball 1.
You'll see this a lot in college baseball. One team will come out and score 5, 6, 7 runs in the first couple of innings. And as long as the team that's experiencing the deficit can just stay focused, just realize a lot of baseball, chip away, and a lot of times at the end of the game they'll find themselves in the lead or one swing away from taking the lead.
Yeah, it's not at all uncommon to see comebacks in college baseball, and it's not at all uncommon to see an 8-1 start becomes a 15-14 final.
You're exactly right.
There's a lot of run scoring in college that isn't quite present at the professional level. The pitchers usually win the battles more at that level, but in college, it's more of an offensive friendly game. And the 1-2, you wouldn't say it there because defense won the day. The 4th strikeout for Ben Hale, and now here comes Josh Long. Singled in the last inning, came around to score. trying to help advance Schimmel, who's chilling on first base. Schimmel, a threat to steal. He's stolen 4 times this season, and he's made it safe in all 4 attempts. And he's going. It's going to be close. And he gets caught stealing for the first time this season. And quickly, 2 outs pile up for the Tornado. And now you're looking at potentially a scoreless half inning for the Warriors.
Good throw. Good quick tag there by the second baseman to make that play.
Kenny Hirschfeld did a terrific job seeing Schimmel stealing and then making the perfect throw to the bag, and the play was made. Still Josh Long in the batter's box with the count now 1-1.
I think it's important, too. You know, you may have some fans questioning that call, but that's the way the Warriors play the game. And you don't, just because you're down 3 runs in the third, you don't want to change that up. And stay aggressive on the base pass, stay aggressive at the plate, and continue to do what has scored runs for you in the past.
And trying to put runners in scoring position is never a bad thing, and that's exactly what they were trying to do there, especially in a 1-out scenario. You almost guarantee that they come home if you get any sort of hit in play, and that's fouled off. It looked like it was going to stay in for a while, but it just rolled foul. And Long will head back in the batter's box.
In baseball, you're always playing the percentages. Yes, Schimmel's a big guy, but as you mentioned, I think you said 4 for 4 in stolen bases. So play the percentages, and that's what this game is all about.
Yeah, the first time he got caught stealing this season. And it was still a close play. I mean, it wasn't like he was out by a mile. It was just a perfect throw made by Hirschfeld and a perfect hit laid there by Long, keeping the inning going and maybe starting a 2-out rally for the Warriors. That wind that was headed straight toward left field has since changed and now seems to be swirling a little bit. It seems to move toward right and then go back to left, and consistently, though, 10, 15 mile an hour breeze. The 4th hit of the day, Josh Long just recorded, and he's 2 for 2 here this afternoon. Trying to follow it up is Cade Bowling, who struck out in his first appearance.
Rosario's been shading most of the Warrior hitters opposite field from the lefty standpoint. Infield is fairly straight up here, so leaving that big-time shift to Schimmel.
Disengaging there for a moment was Hale. Here's the 0-1. Straight heat, and it goes inside for ball 1. Already a combined 10 hits in not even 3 full innings. So we're seeing both of these offenses put up good performances and get runners out there on base. The difference has been Southern Wesleyan stranded a couple more than King has so far.
Now, this is typically a game 3 of the series scoring line, not game 1. You typically game 1, you've got your number 1s going, and you may go 4, 5, 6 innings without a lot of runs on the board.
Pitch number 70 is popped up and foul. And you got to wonder, you're at 70-plus pitches in almost 3 innings. How much longer do you think the leash is on Hale before they start looking toward the bullpen?
each coach is different, but you got to figure, even at this point in the season and with the lead, you get around that 90 pitch count, and it's got to be close to going to your bullpen.
And that'll help the cause there. He finishes the inning with a strikeout. No runs score for the Warriors after no runs score for the Tornado. It's the same score, 5-2, as we head to the top of the fourth. We'll be right back on the Conference Carolinas Digital Network.
If things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
We welcome you back to a 5-2 game here as we get set for the top of the fourth. And for King, it'll be number 9, 1, and 2 in the order, starting off with Chris Rosario, who flew out to short to end the first inning, his lone appearance so far.
Warrior bullpen with some action once again. You got to think this is probably going to be any trouble in this inning might be the end of the leash for Lewis.
Had a perfect inning last inning. Not an immaculate inning, but 3 strikeouts. Couldn't ask for anything better if you're a pitcher.
You're exactly right. I mean, giving up that 4 spot in the first and only 1 in the second and none in the third. And, obviously he's trying to get a couple of quick outs here in the fourth. But outside of the first inning, he's done everything you can ask of him.
I think the concern for both of these teams, though, is just the number of pitches that both of these pitchers are racking up. I think you're going to use a lot more arms in game 1 than you really wanted to coming into this pivotal first game of this series. The 3-1 from Lewis. High for ball 4. And so Rosario will head over to first. And Logan Janney will return after homering in his leadoff effort in the second inning. That feels like a while ago because we haven't seen him in a good minute, but it's also just been we haven't seen the entire batting order until just now. The third appearance at the plate for Janney.
This is that point, too, where the head coach and the pitching coach kind of start counting pitches and innings, to be honest with you. Seeing exactly how much they can get out of their starter and stay in the game, or in King's case, keep the lead.
And we mentioned the high percentage that SWU is aggressive on the base paths and tries to steal. King is quite the opposite. They have stolen just 9 times this season successfully, but they've only attempted 15 stolen bases this season. Much more conservative on the base paths than their counterpart. That is well hit again by Janney. Does he have back-to-back jacks? He does! Logan Janney continuing a sensational day with back-to-back homers. This one drives in too. And Janney just launching an absolute rocket. And it's now 7-2 in favor of the Tornado. And I think Lewis's leash just got a lot shorter.
I think so. The dugout was checking the bullpen. You know, we're talking it's a 3-run deficit, and he gave the squad a good third inning, and now your mind shift, and now it's 5 innings, and now you're just trying to, you know, see how many more pitches he can get you, how many more outs he can get you. Definitely still in this game. It's still early, and the Warriors score some runs, as we've talked about the entire game so far.
And I think now the ideal scenario is you try and get through 4 full if you can. But Lewis just doesn't quite seem to have the control and the command on the mound that he once did. This has just been a performance that, frankly, is not like him.
He's young. He's got a long career ahead of him. You can tell. We mentioned earlier in the third inning, just the body language. You know, he wanted the baseball, and now you can tell he's really struggling. That's something you kind of gain as you grow experience as a college student athlete, specifically a baseball student athlete.
The full count from Lewis. His hit back right toward him. A line drive single for Misael Garcia.
Now batting number 35, Tommy Reagan.
And yeah, to your point, when we just talk about how young Lewis is, only a redshirt freshman, and this season with Southern Wesleyan, his first D2 level experience, but he's yet to really face adversity on the mound. This is the first time this season he's really faced some adversity and hasn't responded to it the best here today, minus that last inning. But he's got a long career ahead of him, a long season ahead of him. And the question will be, how does he respond the next time he's out on the mound? Is he able to wipe away what happened here today and focus on what he had been doing the first 3 games this season, which was pretty spectacular for a redshirt freshman, as Reagan sends another one toward left. That one falls just shy of the wall, and that'll be a ground rule double. You don't see that every day in college baseball.
Now batting number 4, Cale Richardson.
Fell just shy of the wall and was able to hop over for the ground rule double. And now 2 runners in scoring position, yet to record an out in this inning as well. And I think with Coach Robinson going out there for Southern Wesleyan, that means Lewis's day is done, and it is. So we've got a pitching change here in Central. We'll update you on who it is when we return.
Legacy began in 1973. That was the year NCAA Division II was born. And since the very first day, our division has shaped generations of student athletes with a true sense of academics, athletics, and community. That is 5 decades of graduations, championships, teamwork, and personal development. 50 years of shaping student athletes into world-class leaders. NCAA Division II. Our division, our legacy.
From a redshirt freshman to a true freshman, in comes Benjamin Appleby in relief for the Warriors. In a tough spot with two runners in scoring position. Still no outs here in this top of the fourth, in which the Tornado have already added 2 runs thanks to a Logan Janney 2-run homer. And it's Cale Richardson at the plate, who homered in his first appearance. A 3-run homer, and then was hit by pitch in the second.
It's a big at bat here for Appleby if he can come in and get a quick one and get his confidence where it needs to be. You know, you talked about Lewis closing the book on him, and as a starting pitcher in game 1, there's some good and bad. You know, he's not going to pitch the rest of the weekend, so he's going to have an opportunity to just, you know, dwell on a negative performance or flush it and do everything he can to get ready for his next outing.
And Appleby's delivery is fouled. And this is a big at-bat because of who's at the plate. It's Cale Richardson as your first batter in relief. Mentioned he's leading the Tornado in batting average this season. Homered in his first appearance, and really King as a whole has done a terrific job making contact and getting good hits on the baseball. Already 9 here today.
Appleby, not a whole lot of experience, as you mentioned earlier. He does have the 1 start, but only a couple appearances, 3 innings. So this is a big-time situation for the freshman.
Saw 2 innings against Mars Hill, gave up 1 run, had 1 strikeout, and saw 1 inning against Young Harris, gave up 2 runs, and did not record a strikeout in that one. A full count here. This is a big, big moment here for Appleby. He fires outside, and the bases are loaded.
Now batting number 8, Adrian Goodall.
Obviously, Appleby not wanting to give Richardson anything to hit there, so not a bad situation. Open base at first, so now you've got a force play around the horn and gives him a chance to kind of relax a little bit and go to work here.
So now it'll be Adrian Vidal, who is 0 for 2 today, has flown out to short and left field. It's a 1-0 count. And I think you got to minimize the damage from this as much as possible, especially because you haven't recorded an out. You almost have to accept at least one run is going to score from this. But ideally, you only allow one.
Yeah, if Appleby can come in and do just what you said, minimize the damage here, get back in the dugout, more action in the Warrior bullpen, so you're probably going to see that going forward the rest of this game.
And that is skied out towards center. McCaffrey standing under it, trying to make the catch, and then fire it home. Instead, he fires to short, just the cutoff made there, and Garcia will stroll in to score the third run of the inning, making it 8-2 in favor of the Tornado.
Yeah, not a bad job. Run scores, obviously, but Appleby comes in and gets an out after the walk. And, again, we mentioned a walk to an open base, so he did get the first out, and that's oftentimes the most important and the hardest out to get in an inning when you're coming out of the pen with runners on base.
The sac fly there, making it an 8-2 game.
Gets him a ground ball here, and he can be out of the inning.
Prime double play opportunity here for Southern Wesleyan, as you just mentioned. But more so, it's about making sure you're making smart decisions here, because if a heater comes to you and you're trying to field it from the ground, you don't want to create an error situation that could allow multiple runs to score. Don't rush your movements defensively or rush your throws trying to force the double play. If you can only get one, get one. Don't help King, because they're already doing a pretty good job helping themselves. You don't need to add to it.
Yeah, outs are crucial right now, and they're definitely a precious commodity for the Warriors.
And there's one there. Appleby gets Stout to go down swinging in his second consecutive appearance. And now we'll see Kenny Hirschfeld, who also struck out in his last appearance. And this is really a terrific job by Appleby. He's gotten 2 quick outs. If he can stop the bleeding here, get out of this without giving up another run, that would be huge for the Warriors.
This is the part of the lineup for King where the Warriors definitely want to take advantage of and get some outs here.
Finding the zone and ahead 0-2 in the count is Appleby. This the 35th meeting all-time between Southern Wesleyan and King. Last season, King won the series 2-1. They split the doubleheader, and then Game 3, King took it down in Bristol 12-7. The last series win for Southern Wesleyan in this series was back in 2023. And looking to try and change that here this weekend. But a lot of runs scored in those 3 games last season, and that trend continuing so far here today.
We definitely anticipate the same.
A full count now for Hirschfeld. If you can avoid it, trying not to get in a situation where the bases are loaded again. But you have 2 outs. And you get the third on a strikeout. A tremendous job in relief by Benjamin Appleby. 3-run score for King in the top of the 4th. It's 8-2 Tornado. Can the Warriors answer? We'll find out in just a moment. Matthew McCaffrey starting the bottom of the 4th inning for the Southern Wesleyan Warriors as they trail 8-2 against King. King had 3 runs in the top of the 4th, and Ben Hale is back out on the mound after delivering a scoreless 3rd inning. That saw him add 2 strikeouts. McCaffrey hammers that one, but it goes foul. 5 strikeouts on the day for Ben Hale.
No action in the King bullpen, but they are starting to get down there and starting to move around a little bit, get some stretching in, so they know they'll be called at any point in time now.
Especially now that we're about to approach 75 pitches here for Ben Hale. A Conference Carolinas preseason player to watch. He's done a really nice job showing us why. 5 strikeouts today, only giving up 2 runs so far. And he's ahead 1-2 in the count on McCaffrey. Wind now blowing toward right. That's a grounder to second base. An easy out made there for the first of the inning.
Now batting number 28, Seth Pettit.
Jose Ruiz making the play there at second base. And here comes Seth Pettit, who struck out in his first appearance at the plate in the 2nd inning. Watches that pitch go by for a strike. And if you're Southern Wesleyan facing the deficit that you are at this point, do you try and change up your strategy at all? Or do you just trust your game plan and think eventually it'll work out? Because there's still plenty of time left in this game. They're going to bat at least 6 more times. So do you change up your strategy, or do you keep with what you've been doing so far and just hope it'll work as you progress into King's bullpen?
Yeah, I think you stay with what you know you can do best. And, you know, the Warrior dugout, they know that he's around 80 pitches, so they're going to see their bullpen, if not this inning, the next or so. And so you got to stick with it. And obviously, as we get a little bit later, a couple more innings, you may want to see a pitch or two before you start swinging, especially the deficit that remains at 6.
And going down looking there was Pettit for his 2nd strikeout of the day, number 6 for Hale on the afternoon. Came in with an ERA of 12.86. And so far, he is looking to significantly lower that, tying the season high 6 strikeouts.
Yeah, the Warriors have to keep looking at the scoreboard, too. We've been here an hour and 40 minutes, but only in the bottom of the 4th. So while we've been here a long period of time, the game is still relatively just getting started.
Looking at a 1-1 count now is Luke Taylor. And one of the things I think that was beneficial for Hale going into this inning was he was catching the bottom of the order for Southern Wesleyan in 7, 8, and 9. And Taylor sends one towards center. It is caught, and that'll quickly end the inning. So 7, 8, and 9 go down 1, 2, 3, and Hale gets through 4 innings, only giving up 2 runs. We'll see if he shows up again in the 5th. But right now it's 8-2 King, and they're looking to extend the lead when we return.
Things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
Lead off here in the top of the 5th for the Tornado as King tries to extend their 6-run lead.
See if Appleby can continue what he started earlier coming in relief here. That'd be big for the Warriors.
Yeah, and Mike, I'll ask you, what was it you liked best about what Appleby did when he got out on the mound in a really tough situation in that last inning?
He seemed to pitch with a lot of confidence, and, he gave up the leadoff walk as King gets the leadoff hitter here on base, but he gave a leadoff walk, but knowing, hey, it's just a force play. He got a routine fly ball, unfortunately, turned into a sacrifice fly, but like you'd mentioned, he minimized the damage. And that's all you can do in a position like that as a reliever. And coming in, that's your job, minimize the damage. You can't expect to go in there and strike out the side. And he did exactly what he needed to do.
And that looked like that one was fouled off as the breaking ball just barely caught Chris Rosario's bat.
This is crucial for Southern Wesleyan here. This facing the 8 and 9 hitter, but 7, 8, 9 have 3 hits on the day and an RBI. So that was a close play there at first.
A very close play at first, but Ruiz able to stay safe. The throw just not quite there in time. Well, really the tag not quite there in time.
Ruiz is a scrappy hitter, 2 for 3, but he's had some really good at-bats.
Very patient at the plate. We've seen it a number of times today, able to take an 0-2 count into a full count and then find his way on base from a walk.
Yeah, he single-handedly increased the Warrior pitch count there.
And that is headed toward right field. Got a little too far under it, so it'll fall straight into the glove of right fielder Luke Taylor. for out number 1.
Now batting number 3, Logan Janney.
And here comes Logan Janney, and this is the living nightmare for Southern Wesleyan so far today. 2 homers from Janney, a solo shot, and then a 2-run in the 4th inning.
I think we're going to see exactly how quickly the freshman can grow up facing Janney here the day he started off in the series he started so far.
Halfway to the home run cycle, much less an actual cycle. Just playing with a lot of confidence at the plate, and I would be too if I hit back-to-back home runs. Hadn't homered this season before today. And that pitch goes inside for a ball. 2-0 count for Janney. Janney, the transfer from Longwood University.
He came in 1 for 11, started the season off on fire at the plate, and then a 1 for 11 in the last 4 or 5 games. So, you know, he's excited to.
Good time to break out of that slump. And it's 3-1 in the count. And I think now he wouldn't mind being walked. But we'll see if Appleby chooses to do so. Another disengagement from the freshman. Ten hits so far today for King. Both sides have played a very clean game so far. No errors by either team. And that'll be a walk for Janney. So 2 runners on, 1 out. Double play very much in play here for Southern Wesleyan. But at the plate, it's Masail Garcia who's singled twice today. You look at the top of the order for King in the first game of this series. 1, 2, and 3 are a combined 6 for 9 from the plate. They've been incredibly productive to start this series.
I was just looking at that. You go even further to hitters 1 through 4, and 7 out of the 10 hits. So that's obviously.
And now in an interesting situation here is King. Trying to steal was Ruiz, and then he got caught in a pickle, and he got sent to the dugout as a result. And that'll certainly help Appleby not having to worry about 2 runners on. Does perhaps make the steal from Janney a little bit more likely. Janney's attempted 5 steals this season, made it safe 4 times. Now 2 outs here in the top of the 5th.
You have to wonder when King actually does run. Their primary leads are pretty much on the bag here. So they're not looking to be an aggressive base running or base stealing program.
75-degree day here in central South Carolina. It is perfect spring baseball weather. And that's fouled off.
Another advantage there for Appleby on the caught stealing by Ruiz is Janney wasn't able to advance to second, so you do keep the force play at second there for the middle infielders.
The 1-2, trying to make it 2 full innings for Appleby. But instead, he really respects Janney as a threat to steal. I can't say I blame him because he's the most productive stealer for this King squad.
Yeah, he goes with that jump start, so he's trying to get some timing. And
it looked like that probably would have been that third out, because Janney was caught red-handed, but Schimmel just unable to hang on to the baseball.
Yeah, that jump style technique on the base pass can be really beneficial, especially if you get the timing down on the pitcher. Appleby did a good job disrupting that timing and almost got the pick off.
The 1-2 from Appleby. In there for strike 3. Going down without a fight is Garcia, and that will end the top of the 5th. It's 8-2 Tornado as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning for SWU, the top of the order, when we return.
You played before that. Trying to have them film or something. And his where should they see? Where by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. By far the greatest team the world has ever seen. West Coast FC, where by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. Where by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
It's the bottom of the 5th, and it's the top of the order for Southern Wesleyan. Tristan Tillman to lead off this 5th inning here for the Warriors as they try to cut into a 6-run deficit. Tillman 1 for 1 today. Singled in the first inning and then was walked in the second.
Great opportunity here for Southern Wesleyan, as you mentioned, leadoff hitter in the 5th inning. Only 4 hits for the Warriors so far today, so you got to expect the bats to wake up anytime soon.
Ben Hale still out on the mound for the Tornado. Pitch number 85 for him coming up.
Yeah, these last 2 innings have not been stressful at all for Hale, so you got to take that into consideration as well.
Not at all, and Tillman was this close to having a single down that left field line. Instead, it just goes foul.
Yeah, 8, 9, 10 pitch inning is definitely different than being at 85 and, having to deal out 18, 21 pitches at this point in the game. So King's bullpen is down there. They're ready to get started, but they're pretty much disengaged right now. They're expecting Hale to maybe even get a couple more innings for them, unless the Warriors' bats can get going here.
And it's a 1-2 look for Hale, and he gets Tillman to swing and miss. 7 strikeouts for Ben Hale, and now he's tasked with Nolan Evitt. Evitt, who's 0 for 2 today, after coming in to this game leading the Warriors in batting average this season with a .444 clip.
Hale has definitely gotten much stronger these last few innings. Anderson got him for 7 runs to start the season off just 2 hits. 3 of those were only earned. And then, as you mentioned earlier in the game, Virginia Wise got him for 3 runs and North Greenville for 4. So he's showing that preseason.
Evitt laying down a bunt. It is perfect. And that is a bunt single for Evitt. And that could perhaps be the spark plug for this Southern Wesleyan offense. Just the 5th hit of the day. But that was textbook on how to place a bunt for a single.
Hale probably wishing he would have let Garcia take that one. Garcia coming in from third base, having the momentum going toward first, but Hale's feeling pretty good right now, so he's wanting to do as much as he can.
So now Ethan Schimmel at the plate for the Warriors. 0 for 1 today. He was caught stealing in the 3rd inning. Schimmel second on the Warriors in home runs with 2. Evitt, of course, leading the way with 3 this season. Combined, they have half of the team's home runs. The 0-1 delivered high and away. The count is 1-1, and taking a look at the rest of the Conference Carolinas, we mentioned how this conference is one of the best in the country, and you're looking at the standings. It's Belmont Abbey and Young Harris who lead the way right now. Francis Marion in there as well, all undefeated in conference play. Then North Greenville, Erskine, and UNCP not far behind. Just 1 loss in conference play. And then King sits at 7th right now in the Conference Carolinas. Southern Wesleyan still seeking their first Conference Carolinas victory this season.
Weather's played a factor across the conference, and Young Harris has already beat Barton today 10-7, and Belmont Abbey beat Mount Olive 11-2.
Belmont Abbey looking really strong to start this season, already off to a 7-0 conference start. Of course, we mentioned those 5 teams being nationally ranked or receiving votes. Belmont Abbey falls in that nationally ranked column in the top 20 in the country.
That's liable to increase for Belmont Abbey.
The 2-2 is hit sky high into left field and is collected by King. Richardson out there in left, able to just stand under it and end any threat. So now it's Perry Dyer at the plate with 2 outs. No runs have scored for Southern Wesleyan since the 2nd inning. And so far, Hale looks like he might keep that going. It's going to be a close play. The steal made well in time. Evitt, a nice display of speed there, putting himself in scoring position.
Jordan, just to continue on Belmont Abbey and the amount of runs being scored in Division II baseball. Against Shorter last weekend, Belmont Abbey scored 31, 11, and 24 runs on the weekend.
My goodness. Yeah, you're not going to lose very many games when you're scoring that many runs. A 1-1 count for Dyer.
Uh-oh.
And a throw there goes awry. And Evitt able to advance to 3rd. So now pretty much anything in play will score Evitt as he advances on the first error of the day on just a bad throw from Hale.
That's one of those situations where Hale wishes he had that one back too, a 6-run lead. And, you know, in the back of your mind, you get any scouting report before you get here for the weekend, you know the Warriors can run the base as well, but still you got 2 outs and, you know, just focus on the hitter.
A 2-1 count for Dyer. Evitt on third, just 90 feet from scoring. And that is hit straight toward the third baseman, Garcia. The throw made in time, and no damage done. Evitt stranded at third. SWU still scoreless in the bottom of the 5th, and it's 8-2 King as we head to the top of the 6th when we return.
Campuses nationwide, the NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
Back here as we get set for the top of the 6th. Tommy Reagan to lead it off for the Tornado. Of course, we mentioned the success that the top of the order has had for the Tornado. Reagan is halfway to the cycle. He's got a single and a double so far today. He just needs a home run and a triple. And the triple probably the hardest to attain of those two things, because homers have been pretty common for King so far. 3 of them on the day. Fouled off. Out of play in right field.
Yeah, Appleby can do a great service for Southern Wesleyan right here if he can come in and throw up another 0 or 2 and chew up the middle part of this game. Really be a benefit to the bullpen.
Well, you know, we mentioned how little experience he's had this season, just the 3 innings pitched, but he's already gone through 2 full and hasn't given up a run that was his yet. So he could very easily see more equal to his season output coming into today, or more, the way he's performing so far. Had a strikeout to end the 5th inning, and Reagan rips it going left. He's 3/4 of the way to the cycle, because that one is gone. Another home run for the Tornado, the 4th of the day, and it's 9-2.
The top of the lineup for King is absolutely the storyline so far.
Now batting number 4, Cale Richardson.
8 of the 11 hits and
3 home runs.
3 home runs, 7 of the 9 runs. So get through this game. Obviously still a lot of it at bats for the Warriors, so you're not giving it up. But if you can continue to get back into this game, you obviously know what you got to do for game 2 today.
4 RBIs from those 3 batters as well. That just a solo shot for Reagan. But every run just makes King a little bit more comfortable with how this first game has gone. This King batting lineup just seems absolutely dialed in here today. 11 hits, 9 runs. Of course, we mentioned the 4 home runs. Also thrown a couple doubles in there as well. So a significant number of extra base hits. The 1-2 from Appleby is grounded toward third, pops into the hands of the shortstop, and that bad bounce just made the play too difficult to make there.
Now batting, number 15, Jackson.
Yeah, the power surge by King is definitely something Coach Robinson and his staff was not anticipating, bringing only 7 home runs into this series and having 4. So in this game alone, they'd hit over half of what they brought in. So,
well, you also got to look in that statement about who they've played this season when you look at the competition they've faced in only those 7 home runs, because they've had a rough road this season. Mentioned the opening series against Anderson, then played UVA Wise in a doubleheader, had Emory and Henry. They had 6 straight South Atlantic Conference opponents, and then they had the opening series against North Greenville. So they haven't exactly had it easy this season.
that is a good point.
But those bats maybe just been in hibernation to start the season, but they have showed up in a big-time way here in Game 1 of this series.
And we've had a couple of weeks of bad weather getting prepared for the start of the season, and Bristol, Tennessee, obviously no different, maybe even a little more worse weather than we've had. So you just never know. You know, we talked about that early in the game, the question you posed coming off the season that both teams have had, and this is a good example here. They're still trying to find their identity.
They absolutely are, and that is fouled off behind the plate, keeping the at-bat alive, is pinch hitter Jackson Major, the freshman from Kingston Springs, Tennessee. Stands at just 5'10", one of the shorter guys on this King roster. Taking the place of Adrian Vidal. And he chops one toward third, a prime double play opportunity. And it was made in time. A terrific double play there. First, second, and third base combining to make the play, and all of a sudden, what looked very uncomfortable has now relaxed quite a bit for Appleby.
That can be a huge confidence boost. You're talking about Vidal getting pinch hit for, and he's the 5-hitter and hitless so far. I guess that's the – if you're not getting a couple of hits as a King hitter, then you're gonna be pinch hit for another one here.
And this one is Josh Nuno. Was a little surprised I didn't see him in the original batting lineup today, because he is a Conference Carolinas preseason player to watch. And it's a grounder to first base. A race to the bag is won by Schimmel, and that will end the inning. So after a home run from Reagan, King didn't have any more offense than that. They lead it by 7 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. It's 9-2 on the Conference Carolinas Digital Network.
Legacy began in 1973. That was the year NCAA Division II was born. And since the very first day, our division has shaped generations of student athletes with a true sense of academics, athletics, and community. That is 5 decades of graduations, championships, teamwork, and personal development. 50 years of shaping student athletes into world-class leaders. NCAA Division II. Our division, our legacy.
back here as we get set for the bottom of the 6th inning and pitch number 100 for Ben Hale. He is not done yet. 7 strikeouts and looking for more here in the bottom of the 6th as it's a 9-2 lead for the Tornado. And pitch number 100 was a ball. 5, 6, and 7 due up in the order for the Warriors. And leading off with a pinch hitter in Chance Kennedy, taking the place of Josh Long. Kennedy hitting 167 so far this season. Oh no, my apologies. That is Josh Long. That is not Chance Kennedy.
Josh is actually only multiple hit Warrior so far today. A couple of base hits, so he's doing something right against Hale.
And he does something wrong there, striking out for strikeout number 8 on the day for Ben Hale. And here comes Cade Bowling, the second baseman, who is 0 for 2 today. 2 strikeouts. And I got confused about Kennedy because our scoreboard had number 6 at bat from the last inning still. So my brain didn't work there for a second. Had a little bit of a brain fog moment, but we're back here with Bowling.
There's long days in baseball, so that happens.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, we've been here for 2 hours, 12 minutes. It's the bottom of the 6th. We're still going to play the full 9. And we have a doubleheader. So we might have Conference Carolinas Baseball Midnight Edition.
You will actually have game 2 solo there, Jordan, so congrats on that.
Thank you. Yeah, make sure not to go anywhere because more entertainment headed your way following the conclusion of Game 1. Just about a half hour or so after, Game 2 will be taking place right here at Dr. C. Keith Connors Field. The 1-2 from Hale gets away from the catcher, but no harm done because no one was on the base paths. A full count now for Bowling. And the pitch outside for ball 4. So Hale starting to lose a little bit of control here. I would imagine now that we see the bullpen very active for King. His day probably pretty close to done, and in fact it might be right now.
Good chance of that. He's 100 plus, and they are going to the bullpen. So
110 pitches completes what was a 5.1 inning performance for Ben Hale. 8 strikeouts, a new season high, only 2 runs given up. He was sensational. We'll see who replaces him when we return on the Conference Carolinas Digital Network.
If things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
It's Aiden Ricker on the mound for the Tornado, trying to follow up the performance of Ben Hale, who started this day, which that's going to be a tall task because Hale was terrific as game one starter. But Ricker hasn't been too shabby himself this season. Comes in with an ERA just above 10 in limited action, 2.2 innings, a 1-inning shutout against Anderson, and then 1.2 innings where he gave up 3 runs against North Greenville. The freshman from St. Thomas Aquinas High School down in Florida.
Yeah, Hale gave Coach Brad Hill about all he could ask for there, 5 1/3 inning, and keeping the Warriors at bay with just 2 runs.
And Matthew McCaffrey gets bonked by the pitch. So all of a sudden, 2 runners are on with just 1 out.
Now batting number 71, Samuel Simons.
And now I'm 1,000% sure we have a pinch hitter for Southern Wesleyan. This one is number 71. Kind of hard to miss that number. Samuel Simons, the sophomore from Fernanda Beach, Florida. Simons this season batting .308. This is 7th appearance, and he had a hit in each of the 3 games against Young Harris.
Another good-sized kid, 6'3", 200, so.
Had an RBI in Game 3 of that series and had 3 RBIs in Game 1 on a 3-run homer against the Mountain Lions. A 1-2 count for Simons. And it's Ricker trying to shake off the hit by pitch he gave up to McCaffrey. That one gets by the third baseman. A chance to go home perhaps, and instead the coach holds him up at third base. So the bases are loaded. A huge opportunity here for Southern Wesleyan to do some serious damage.
Other Conference Carolina's action, UNC Pembroke defeated Emmanuel 16-10 in Game 1. Shawan defeated Ferrum 14-9. So far, the 4 winning teams on today have scored 10, 14, 16, and 11 runs.
The Conference of High Offense should be the Conference of Carolinas because, my goodness. And now we see immediately a meeting with Ricker. He's in a tough spot here. This is a jam with just 1 out, bases loaded, and we saw the error on third baseman Garcia create this situation, this predicament for Ricker. And I think kind of what we saw with Appleby trying to minimize the damage in this exact same situation just a couple innings ago. You got to see the same from Ricker in this situation if you're King.
You're exactly right. And on the flip side of that, from a Southern Wesleyan standpoint, one hit scores a couple runs most likely. So this is a big opportunity for both teams, with King the chance to kind of keep the Warriors at bay, and then, of course, Southern Wesleyan with a chance to chip into this 7-run deficit.
And it's going to be Ethan Jarvis pinch hitting for the Warriors in place of Luke Taylor, and now a meeting being held with the base runners for Southern Wesleyan. And you got to make sure you're smart here on the base paths in this situation, because you don't want to do something silly and get yourself that second out and then create basically a force out to end the inning situation, because this is a prime opportunity to score some runs, cut into that deficit if you're Southern Wesleyan.
It is. It's a big time for Southern Wesleyan. If they get out of this with no runs scored, then that's kind of a gut punch, especially here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. So
Ethan Jarvis batting .250 on the year. Does have 1 home run, 4 RBIs. He would match those totals with a grand slam here.
Another big opportunity for Jarvis and the Warriors is to reach and flip the lineup, the batting order over again with Tillman.
And a miss there from Jarvis. Down 0-2, and that's a terrific point. You make this the bottom of the order. You still got Tillman and Evett coming your way if they can get on here in this situation. If Jarvis can find his way on the base paths, it almost guarantees that you see Tillman and Evett, 2 of your best hitters in this inning. And that inside nearly caught a piece of Jarvis for ball 1. Approaching almost 2.5 hours here in game 1. This hasn't been the fastest moving game so far, but he'll take a slow walk to the dugout there as Jarvis strikes out for the second out. So now it's up to Tillman to try and create some runs here for the Warriors. Of course, Evett on deck. So Tillman getting on here is essential for SWU. And he sends that one sky high into foul territory, and just barely unable to find it was Tommy Reagan.
Good opportunity for Tillman. I was just about to say, you got a hitter here with a lot of confidence, and somebody wants to be in this situation, so we'll see how he can pull this out.
Done a nice job so far in this inning. Has a strikeout, has yet to give up a hit until now. Tillman sends one perfectly, and a 2 RBI single. Sensational batting there from Tristan Tillman.
Now batting number 48.
And all of a sudden, it's 9-4. And now looks like perhaps another change might be made, because this is the second time this inning we've seen the coach head out there for King. And yep, Ricker's day is done. So Tillman sends in 2 and depletes the coach's confidence in Ricker. We'll see who takes the mound for the Tornado when we return. It's 9-4. King leads it, but SWU on the comeback. Back here in the bottom of the 6th, 2 runners on for the Warriors, and it's Dylan Willis on the mound for King. He had 2.2 innings, only giving up 2 runs against North Greenville in the Game 3 victory, and that pitching change tells me King is highly intent on winning this first game.
They definitely want this first game. There's no doubt about that. And, you know, they had a tough draw, much like Southern Wesleyan did against Young Harris. King had North Greenville. So get a win, get some confidence, show your guys that you can play within this league.
And Evett sends one toward first base. The diving play made and then lost control of the baseball. Or perhaps he didn't. Maybe it was after he hit the bag. It looks like the play was made. The baseball left the glove, but after the play was made and no more damage will be done. It's 9-4 as we head to the top of the 7th.
You played before that. Should I have the trim or something? And it's West Shores FC, where by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. We're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. West Shores FC, we're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen. We're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
Appleby is back on the mound for the Warriors as they trail by 5 here in the top of the 7th. 9-4, the Tornado lead it, and the bottom of the order due up in the inning. 7, 8, 9 for King.
I feel like this has been one of those games where every half inning we've said, great opportunity, and it is a great opportunity here for the Warriors if he can get a 3-up, 3-down after scoring a couple.
And Hirschfeld hammers one toward left, but the catch is made. A nice job there in left by Nolan Evett. And a quick out, exactly what you want if you're Appleby, who's been really good in relief of Tanner Lewis. "52 pitches on the day. Has only given up 1 run, and it was the solo shot from Tommy Reagan.
Ruiz with a couple of hits. It's almost like he needs to be hitting in the 1 through 4 slot today. But another crucial talk about Appleby is if he can get an 8-9 hitter, because you don't want to flip that order over with what hitters 1 through 4 for King has done so far today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And 2-0 count here for Ruiz. Ruiz is a guy who is incredibly patient in the batter's box. He has no problem taking a at-bat to 8, 9, 10 pitches. We've seen him do it a couple times here today, but this one chopped toward third base, just not quite able to grab it in the field of play.
This is a great situation where baseball is literally inning by inning, the Warriors down by 5. If they can get out of this with an 8-9 hitter, score a couple of runs, get it 9-6, 9-7, that gives the bullpen a lot more confidence facing hitters 1 through 4 with King. On the reverse of that, if if somehow King is able to scratch out a base runner here and get at the top of lineup and score another run or two, then that kind of deflates the Warriors once again. So it's like we talked about all day. It's that game of momentum within the game of baseball.
It absolutely is, and that one is grounded towards short. Going to be a tough throw, and unable to collect it and make the throw there was Tillman. It'll be interesting to see whether that's scored as a hit or an error. I think he would have made it anyway, based on how it was hit. But we'll see if the official scorekeepers agree with me on that, and they do. And that one is headed toward the International Space Station in right field, and it's caught for the second out of the inning.
Now batting number 3, Logan Janney.
So here comes Janney, the top of the order, who has been just terrific today. Was walked in the last inning, homered in the previous 2 appearances, a 2-run and a solo homer. Struck out in the first inning, but that's almost forgotten by how he's done ever since. And this would be huge for Appleby to get Janney out here and put this game in the hands of 3 through 5 in the lineup for Southern Wesleyan. Instead, Janney gets hit, which honestly, not the worst thing that could have happened there. Not ideal, but not the worst thing that could have happened, because now it's Misael Garcia who comes up, who's 2 for 4 today. He's had a very colorful day. Singled twice, a fly out, and a strikeout as well. And it looks like a conversation is being had with Appleby. It'll be interesting to see if the Warriors decide to make a change here. And they do. So Appleby's day is done, just shy of 60 pitches. Only gave up 1 run, but still responsible for the 2 runners on base. So we'll see if that changes. But the third new pitcher for the Warriors, we'll have it for you when we return.
Campuses nationwide, the NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
Back here as we continue the top of the 7th, Mason Clark out there on the mound for the Warriors. He's made 2 appearances this season and has had 2.1 innings pitched in both of his appearances, only giving up 3 runs so far this season, and that attempted pickoff was not really anywhere close, but you got to respect the effort. Two outs here, 2 runners on for King. Clark just trying to get the Warriors out of this inning, put it in the hands of their offense. Garcia at the plate, ahead 1-0 in the count.
I feel like we've been on repeat all game talking about the big situation, and here's yet another one. Clark's been can't say that word. He's walked quite a few hitters so far this season, so he's susceptible to the walk.
Hey, it's okay. That happens to all of us, one time or another. His first season with SWU was last year. He appeared in 12 games on the mound. Had 16.2 innings, 14 strikeouts. And to your point, he is highly susceptible to walks, giving up 6 so far this season.
That's a good word. I like that.
And he might give up a 4-pitch walk because it's 3-0 in favor of Garcia. He is 0-2 this season. In his 2 appearances, he did technically record the loss against Auburn Montgomery and Augusta. Only given up 3 earned runs this season, but the 2 runs unearned against Augusta were still enough to give him the loss. His ERA sitting at 5.79. And Clark, 3-1 here. Finds the zone and able to battle back to a full count. A terrific job here by Clark, putting Garcia in a difficult situation here in the batter's box. The full count pitch is hit toward left. Standing under it is Evett, and he makes the play. No damage done, even with the top of the order making their way into the batter's box. A terrific job there by Clark to close out the inning. It's still a 5-run game as we head to the 7th inning stretch.
Legacy began in 1973. That was the year NCAA Division II was born. And since the very first day, our division has shaped generations of student athletes with a true sense of academics, athletics, and community. That is 5 decades of graduations, championships, teamwork, and personal development. 50 years of shaping student athletes into world-class leaders. NCAA Division II. Our division, our legacy.
It's 9-4 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And at the plate for the Warriors is Ethan Schimmel, who's third in the batting order. 3, 4, and 5 due up in this inning for the Warriors, and they're being tasked with Dylan Willis, who's got a little bit of a sidearm, it looks like. And there he hits Schimmel.
Now batting number 5, Perry Dyer.
Not the best start to the inning for Willis. Schimmel heads over to first, and we know he's capable of stealing. Got caught for the first time this season today, but I would not be at all surprised if he was aggressive and tried to steal here. Perry Dyer, who's 0 for 3 today, 2 strikeouts and a grounder, trying to find it through the gap, and he does. Quickly, 2 runners on and no outs for SWU. A terrific start to the inning.
Definitely the best start you could ask for Southern Wesleyan here. Now you're in a situation with Coach Robinson, who got a hitter with a couple of hits on the day. You are in that bottom of the 7th. You're down 5. Are you going to try to move the runners into scoring position, or are you going to let him swing away? So we'll see what the Warrior coaching staff decides to do here.
Willis taking a look at second, making sure nobody steals. That ball is hit into left field, and it will be easily grabbed. There, a nice job by Richardson to find it and field it for the first out of the inning. So now Cade Bowling will do the honors with just 1 out. Wind whipping still, blowing toward left field. So that ball, earlier that ball probably would have found a way over the fence, but not quite whipping as hard as it was. Winds have died down just a little bit as we approach sunset here in beautiful central South Carolina.
Yeah, I would think, depending on where the front is, the wind should die down for Game 2 prior to the rain coming in later on tonight.
And a 1-1 count now for Cade Bowling. And with 1 out, I think now you really question whether you want to get aggressive or not, try to double steal, put the runners in scoring position, or whether you trust Bowling, who's 0 for 2 so far today, and then McCaffrey, who's 0 for 1. They're the next 2 due up for the Warriors. If you trust that they're finally going to break that and get a hit. We saw Dyer do exactly that just a couple batters ago.
Both bullpens have some guys down there. King is pretty much just trying to stay warm.
I think King wants to make sure they want to close out this game with a win. This Game 1 win would be huge for them. They're not afraid to sacrifice a few bullpen arms that are their best in order to secure this victory. But this victory is all but secure with the threatening position Southern Wesleyan is in at the moment. And that's a chopper. Gets past the first baseman, and runners are racing home. That's going to turn into a double, and a run scores for Southern Wesleyan. Schimmel comes home, and it's a 4-run game.
Now batting number 22, Matthew McCaffrey.
What a well-hit baseball there by Cade Bowling. Able to get it to hop just over the glove of first baseman Tommy Reagan. And now a meeting on the mound, and Willis, who was sensational against North Greenville, struggling against Southern Wesleyan. And his day is done. My goodness, another pitching change for the Tornado. SWU got some momentum here in this last couple innings. We'll see if they can make anything of it. A new pitcher for the Tornado when we return. We're back here in the bottom of the seventh with 2 runners in scoring position for Southern Wesleyan, a new pitcher for King. Braden Meredith out there on the mound. He's seen 5 innings this season, and this is a fly ball in left field, caught, and it's a race to try and advance the runners. And the runner is safe, and another run scores. That was a bit too close for comfort there for Southern Wesleyan fans, but Dyer comes across to make it just a 3-run game. And Bowling, that was a very close play there, but able to advance.
I almost feel like the left fielder Richardson wanted to go home. He heard third from the dugout, and just that little bit of hesitancy may have cost them the out there. But nonetheless, it puts the Warriors 90 feet away from run number 7.
So now it'll be a pinch hitter, another one. This one is Ryan Postnix. Ryan Postnix.
Meredith with a short arm action there.
First time we've seen him today. Haven't seen much of him this season. This just his 8th game. And 3 quick balls for Meredith. Postnix looking for his first hit since February 13th. He had a hit in the opener against Young Harris, then went 0 for 4 in Game 3 against Young Harris. And that is a grounder to third. The throw across the diamond, made in time. And that is all the damage that will be done. SWU scores 2, and it's a 3-run game as we head to the top of the 8th. 9-6, the Tornado lead when we return.
Things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
Mason Clark back out there for the Warriors as we get set for the top of the 8th inning. And he was pretty good in the short time he saw in the last, able to close out the inning with a little bit of danger, not too much, but a couple runners on base, was able to get that last out. And now he'll see Tommy Reagan, who is 3/4 of the way to the cycle. He needs just a triple. We'll see if he can get it here. But more importantly, I think he's concerned about trying to beef up this lead for King because it has slimmed quite a bit in the last 2 innings. What was a 9-2 lead is now just 9-6.
It's the big top half for both teams. Clark and the Warriors wanting to shut them down and get back into the bottom half of the 8th and get some more runners and some runs. And, of course, King wants some insurance. They want to get it away from one swing, and the Warriors want to keep it within one swing with a couple more at-bats here in Game 1 of the series.
And especially because you look at who's coming up in the bottom of the 8th for Southern Wesleyan. It is number 9 in currently Ethan Jarvis, but it could be another pinch hitter for him. But then Tillman and Evett, 1 and 2, will be up in the bottom of the 8th. So it's a prime opportunity for Southern Wesleyan if they can keep this deficit within reach. Clark trying to find the strike zone here in this duel with Reagan.
Yeah, the 8th inning sports hitters 3, 4, and 5 for King, and as you mentioned, 9, 1, and 2 for Southern Wesleyan. So situation sits perfectly for both teams from an offensive standpoint to do some damage.
And that is a grounder that'll go foul. So the at-bat will stay alive. Reagan 3 for 4 today. Tied with Ruiz for the best output. And that is a strikeout. A call that King highly objects to, but a strikeout looking for Tommy Reagan, the first blemish today.
And the King dugout was very
They
vocal.
were very animated about that one. Reagan had already gotten halfway to first base, and then the umpire stuck his arm up for the out, and the dugout responded not in a way where they agreed with the call. But my goodness, what a big-time pitch there from Clark. Able to keep the bases clean at this juncture. And now quickly ahead, 0-2 in the count. Clark looking to dial in on this strike zone. And that was well outside for ball one. And it's important here if you're King to not get flustered after that call, because usually you get a controversial call, and if you let that kind of sink in your mind, you can play differently than how you would if it had been just an originally called strike where it was in the dead center of the zone, as that one will go foul down the left line.
Yeah, they have to realize they're still up 3 and in the 8th inning, so
exactly. There's still
they have the
a lot
advantage.
of baseball left. Still 2 full innings at least here in this game. And that is just barely able to fall in the gap. A diving effort from Evitt, not able to make the grab. Richardson, the double, and now he is 3/4 of the way to the cycle as well. He also just needs a triple.
Now batting, number 15, Jackson Medora.
And now it'll be Medora, who hit into a double play in his first appearance. One out here in the top of the 8th, and conversation being had between the pitcher Clark and the catcher Pettit.
The top half of the lineup for King has been the storyline for this game, without a doubt. 10 of the 14 hits, and they've scored 7 of the 9 runs. So you have to wonder where this game would be for the Warriors if they even cut that in half, which would still have been a good outing.
They'd probably be ahead at the moment, but the fact that they've given up that much production, they've been able to shut down the rest of the lineup pretty well, and their bats have responded to keep them within reach here in this game. It's not often you give up 4 home runs on the day and you're still within reach when it comes to the 8th inning.
Be anxious to go back and look at King's previous games and see if this is a trend that 75 to 85% of their output has come from hitters 1 through 4, or if this is just kind of an anomaly today. But
well, their leading batter is Cale Richardson, and he is stranded on second, as that one will be a fly out to right field. Medora makes it 2 outs. And now Josh Nuno will be at the plate, who grounded out to first to end the 6th inning in his first appearance, trying to avoid grounding out here to end the 8th inning. And a conversation is being had. Are they going to pull Clark? Yes, they are. So Clark's day now is done, and a fresh arm will come in just to try and close out this top of the 8th inning. We'll see who it is when we return. It's 9-6 in favor of the Tornado with a runner on second when we come back.
Legacy began in 1973. That was the year NCAA Division II was born. And since the very first day, our division has shaped generations of student athletes with a true sense of academics, athletics, and community. That is 5 decades of graduations, championships, teamwork, and personal development. 50 years of shaping student athletes into world-class leaders. NCAA Division II. Our division, our legacy.
2 outs here in the top of the 8th, and it's Matthew White on the mound in replacement of Mason Clark. White, a sophomore from Alpharetta, Georgia, has seen 3 innings in both appearances this season against Mars Hill and Young Harris. Gave up 3 runs to Mars Hill and gave up a few more than that against Young Harris. And not quite able to catch Richardson too far off the bag there. White comes in with an ERA of 10.5. He saw 8 appearances as a freshman, where he pitched in 9.1 innings. It's Nuno at the plate with a 1-1 count. Tension building here in Central as the sun starts to go down and we get toward crunch time here in the top of the 8th. 2 outs with Richardson on second. Another swing and a miss there from Nuno, making it a 1-2 count.
It's going to be a tough time for the hitters, too, this twilight. The lights really haven't taken full effect, and it's going to be tough for the hitters, there's no doubt.
Absolutely. As what was a bright Dr. C. Keith Connors Field just feels like 30 minutes ago is now pretty much entirely shaded. It's as if it's overcast here in Central, and there's a little bit of cloud cover, but not enough where it would be looking like this. That ball is hit. Looks like it's headed foul in left field, and just unable to get over there and make the grab is Evitt, and that's because it hit the roof by the bullpen. A 1-2 count still for Nuno. White trying to get out of this inning. This would be big for him to do so. The pitch, finding the zone. Nuno goes down, and he watches himself go down. It's 9-6 as we head to the bottom of the 8th. 9-1-2 due up for the Warriors as they look to tie this game in the bottom of the 8th.
You played before that. Trying to have the thrill or something. And it's Where should they see? Where my father greatest team the world has ever seen. Black FC, with my father greatest team the world has ever seen. West Coast FC, where my father greatest team the world has ever seen. Where my father greatest team the world has ever seen.
Back here for the bottom of the 8th. And this is a critical spot here for both SWU and King. Braden Meredith throwing absolute heat to start this inning, as he'll face Ethan Jarvis, who is last in the order. 0 for 1 today, struck out in his lone appearance. And then, of course, Tillman and Evett due up for the Warriors. If Jarvis could just get on base here, that would be huge for Southern Wesleyan's potential in this inning.
That would be big for the Warriors, and I was just going to comment on Meredith's short arm action. It gives that illusion that the pitch gets on you really quick in the batter's box. Part of his arsenal there.
A 2-1 count now. An ERA of 1.8 this season for Meredith. Across 5 innings, that's pretty solid. Has only given up 1 earned run, and that was against Emory and Henry. The first time he made an appearance this season. Gave up no runs in an inning against North Greenville, and then 2 innings in the midweek against Emory and Henry on Wednesday. So or on Tuesday, excuse me. The full count. Got him! A swing and a miss there from Jarvis. And now we'll see Tristan Tillman. He's got 2 RBIs today, 2 for 3 at the plate. Had a hit that scored a runner in that 6th inning.
Definitely what Coach Matt Robinson would like to have here is the top half of the lineup in the 8th. And if a few can get on, then you give them an opportunity to get back around in the 9th as well. So one of the many benefits of playing at home.
Absolutely. And you look at how the score has progressed really for Southern Wesleyan. They've gotten hot the last couple innings, scoring a couple runs in both, and that's a good start as Tillman finds himself a single in the left center.
Now batting number 48, Nolan Evett.
And now it's Nolan Evett, who we've really yet to see crank a baseball here today. He has 1 single in 4 appearances.
I feel the question you may be thinking is, what is Tillman going to do now at first base? And that's the question of the night. Will Coach Robinson kind of play it conservative and let the bats do the work, or will he try to get Tillman, who has a lot of success stealing bases, in scoring position here in the bottom half of the 8th inning? So
that is a very key point you bring up. A team that likes to steal normally, you would expect to be aggressive in this situation, but the bats have started to heat up as of late, so maybe they don't feel the need to be as aggressive here in this situation. Tillman 10 for 11 in stolen base attempts this season. Meredith well aware of that as he checks on Tillman at first base. Delivers high for ball 2. And if Evett could just get on in any way here for Southern Wesleyan, Ethan Schimmel would be in a really nice position. Fouled off by Evett. It's a 2-2 count, and Tillman trying to steal there.
That answers that question. And it's just like you mentioned, too, if Evett can make his way on, Schimmel can tie this thing up with 1 swing. And then running Tillman there, if you run him, he's safe. You're the coach of the day. If you run him and he's out, then everybody questions why. So.
And a strikeout, or no, a foul there, excuse me. Not a strikeout. Barely got a piece of that there, did Evett. And that is well hit into right center. It's got a potential to be a double. Evitt racing toward second, Tillman toward third, and that's a huge double there for Nolan Evitt. Back-to-back big-time hits from number 1 and 2 in the order, and Tillman and Evitt are in scoring position, and Schimmel is feeling really good right now. As you mentioned, can tie this game with just one swing.
Definitely a big hit off the bat of Evitt there, and you got a good speed at second and third too, so even a base hit, because the outfielders are going to be deep. You can see now they're already making sure nothing gets hit over their head late in the game, and looks like they're going to put Schimmel on.
An intentional walk to put Schimmel on to first base. So it'll be Perry Dyer, who got his first hit of the day in the 7th inning. After striking out twice and grounding out once, Dyer this season has yet to hit a home run, only has one extra base hit, and it was a triple. The first pitch in there for a strike. 1 out, bases loaded. Dyer can give the Warriors the lead with one good swing. And you can see he's trying to do exactly that. He swung with all of his might there and just missed the contact.
He definitely is, and King head coach Brad Hill is definitely going to let the Warriors tie this up with one swing, and they're going to make them earn this. So,
well outside for ball 1.
Same situation for Southern Wesleyan. 2 above-average runners on second and third, so a base hit. Still most likely going to score 2, so.
And the key thing here is discipline for Dyer. Having a good eye, making sure you're not swinging at a pitch you don't need to, just to try and be an aggressive and get a ball to go way out in the outfield and possibly be a home run. And that's a chopper toward third. A tricky situation. They get 1 out. And 1 run scores. So now runners on the corners. Evitt on third. Schimmel on, or not Schimmel on first, Dyer on first. It was Schimmel who got out as he was going towards second. So it's Josh Long at the plate, who started his day with 2 singles and then went strikeout and flyout in his last 2 appearances. And the runner, nobody even tries to stop him from going to second after he tries to stop himself. But a stolen base there for Dyer. I guess technically that's a stolen base. That was more so of a given base more than a steal, but
kind of an indifference there, but King was not going to fall for it, and Southern Wesleyan trying to pick up a run, but now they have runners, 2 runners now in scoring position, so either way it works out for them.
And 2 outs, 2 runners on. This is a big spot here. King trying to preserve this 2-run lead headed into the final inning. SWU trying to tie it up or take the lead with 1 swing here. Long watches that go high for ball number 2. Twos all around. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. And fouled off by Long. What a battle here in the bottom of the 8th. 5 runs in the last 3 innings for Southern Wesleyan after going scoreless from the 3rd through the 5th. and long. Sends it right toward third. It's going to be a walk to the bag for King, and Reagan able to minimize the damage. SWU gets one, but they still trail by 2. It's 9-7, headed to the final inning when we come back.
Things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
The final inning is upon us. 9-7, the visiting King Tornado lead the home Southern Wesleyan Warriors. Matthew White on the mound. He'll deal with the bottom of the order for King. 7, 8, and 9, Hirschfeld, Ruiz, and Rosario here in this 9th inning. A wild swing there from Hirschfeld for strike 1.
Another crucial inning, as we've talked about all day, it seems like, here for the Warriors now to keep this one at bay. And, of course, King to try to do a little bit more like they did at the first half of the game.
The 1-1 pitch from White. Breaking ball, just not quite enough dip.
For both of these teams, you really want your game 2 starter to go deep. There's no doubt about that. So,
used a lot of arms here in game 1. And speaking of game 2, you might have gotten lost in all this excitement, but we have another game following the conclusion of this one, a 7-inning game 2 of our doubleheader. It'll be approximately a half an hour after the conclusion of game 1. So stay tuned right here on the Conference Carolina's digital network for that, as Hirschfeld sends one toward the moon. In left field, it's caught by Evatt, and he got a hold of that baseball, but just a little too far under it.
Now batting number 5, Jose.
A missed opportunity there for Hirschfeld. And now it's Jose Ruiz, who probably should be maybe 5th in the order as opposed to 8th. But nevertheless, 3 for 4 today. He's been highly reliable. And now he's trying to lay down a bunt. It goes foul, just barely.
Yeah, Ruiz has been the answer for the lower half of the lineup. There's no doubt about that. And basically it's the top 4 hitters and Ruiz.
Pretty much. 1 RBI for Ruiz today. 3 singles and a strikeout. And to your point, due up for the Tornado is Chris Rosario, who is 0 for 3 today. But you look at 5 through 9 in the order. 0 for 2, 0 for 2, 1 for 5, 3 for 4 is Ruiz. He's the outlier. And then Rosario 0 for 3. So, yeah, he should totally be in with that top half of the lineup, who's gone 2 for 3, 2 for 5, 3 for 5, 3 for 3, and 4 home runs. A 1-1 count here for Ruiz. We know he's patient at the plate. Fouls that one off. Headed toward Tysinger Gymnasium. That pitch high for ball 2. 2-2 count here for Matthew White. You see the bullpen active for King. I would expect them to throw out 4 different arms in the bottom of the 9th if they need to, just to secure the win. They have played very aggressive in terms of changing pitchers. They know how much this Game 1 victory would mean for this series. The 2-2. High for ball 3, and so we've got a full count. And again, Ruiz taking a pitcher deep in the count. It's a familiar theme here today.
I think you were spot on in talking about King's strategy the rest of this game. They'll basically sell the farm here to get this win.
And Ruiz able to draw a walk. So he'll head to first, and here comes Rosario. Prime double play situation here if you're Southern Wesleyan, but I think you really do not want to see Janney or Garcia or Reagan if you can avoid it.
If there's ever a way to will a double play, now's the time to do it.
Exactly. Of course, we talked about the day Janney's had 2 homers, been hit by a pitch, been walked the traditional way.
Benefit to the Warriors in the top of the 9th as the wind has calmed down dramatically. Of course, that will also not be in their favor in the bottom half of the 9th, most likely.
Probably going to be some small ball required if they want to win this one here at home. The home conference opener for the Southern Wesleyan Warriors. The pitch from White, fouled off toward the King dugout. The 0-2 count for Rosario. You go back to last season for Southern Wesleyan. This was a team that was 6-17 at home. Did not have the most success here at their home stadium. In fact, they only saw 2 series victories at home last season, and they were against Erskine and Chowan. And a strikeout there for Rosario. Ruiz was able to advance because of the error. So runner on second now with 2 outs. And here comes Logan Janney. who has been pretty much nightmare fuel for the entire pitching staff of Southern Wesleyan here in this game. But a good start there for White, able to get ahead 0-1.
Even though you got 2 outs and you wouldn't normally, you really can't afford to pitch around a hitter at this point because you'll have 3 and 4 coming up, or 2 and 3 coming up, and these 4 hitters have shared equal responsibility in producing this 2-run lead thus far.
Absolutely. The 0-2 from White. Fouled off just barely by Janney. Tried to breeze it by the barrel of his bat. Not quite successful. The 0-2 again, this one high for ball 1. Southern Wesleyan trying to earn their first conference victory this season. We mentioned the sweep of Young Harris in the conference opener last weekend. As Janney sends it toward third base, the throw not quite made in time. A little bit of a bobble there by the shortstop, and Ruiz able to make it to third. Janney on first. So now it'll be Misael Garcia. With runners on the corners, still 2 outs.
Yeah, the error there by definitely extending the inning is going to be a difficult situation for Southern Wesleyan as they come together for another mound visit. We'd have action in the Warrior bullpen, and there's action down in the King bullpen.
And I think the question here, if you're Coach Robinson, is do you throw an arm just to get out of this inning and hope your batters can win it in the 9th? Or do you trust Clark to finish this because he only needs 1 more out, and then hope your batters can either win the game in the bottom of the 9th or push it to extras, and then maybe you put in a different arm?
Yeah, the errant pickoff throw is looming large now. And then the error there in the field. So still nothing heard. Nothing has crossed the plate for King rather. So a couple outs and a big hitter here. All the Warriors are trying to do is just get back in the dugout, keep it within 2.
Misael Garcia trying to push the Tornado to double digits. Seems like that's what you have to do if you want to win in the Conference Carolinas, especially on this Friday afternoon/evening. We mentioned the number of games with 10-plus runs being scored to get the job done. Garcia taking an aggressive approach as his first pitch goes high for ball 1.
There's been 6 Conference Carolina games played today that are finalized, and in each game the winning team scored 10 or more runs in game 1 of the series, so that is highly unusual.
And I think that might perhaps be what has to get the job done here in this game 1 as well. We'll see if White is able to get that last out and stop King from getting there, placing this game in the bats of Southern Wesleyan. the pickoff, no error there, which was huge. That was a bit of a risk, too, to try a pickoff there, especially with a run just 90 feet from home. The 2-1 low for ball 3. And due up is Tommy Reagan. If, in fact, Garcia gets on base. Of course, Reagan 3/4 of the way to the cycle.
Now batting number 35, Tommy Reagan.
And now Tommy Reagan comes on with the bases loaded after the walk. So, a critical situation before for Matthew White. Just got about 10 times more serious.
The one benefit you have there to that 2-out walk is you do have a force at every base and gives the infield a short route.
A swing and a miss there from Reagan. 0-1 in the count. White just trying to get that final out, put this game in the hands of the home bats. Another swing and a miss from Reagan. White, can he deliver when the lights are the brightest? When the pressure is the biggest? The 0-2. Just high for ball 1. SWU fans not thrilled with that.
Not thrilled at all.
A good crowd here at Dr. C. Keith Connors Field. Not very many empty seats here on this Friday evening. Of course, why would there be? It's beautiful weather.
You definitely don't get this often in February. So.
Exactly. 70 degrees, no precipitation, and a hit batter. Reagan gets hit, and the 10th run scores for the Tornado. And that was a huge mistake. Because now Cale Richardson is at the plate, who is also 3/4 of the way to the cycle. And he's 3 for 3 on the day.
That has been one of the struggles for the Warrior pitching staff this year is hit batsmen. And that one came at the most inopportune time.
It certainly did, as it's now 10-7 in favor of the Tornado. So regardless of who wins, the streak will be intact. Every Conference Carolinas game today won with 10 or more runs. But for Southern Wesleyan to come back, it just got a little bit more difficult.
The key here, too, is for the Southern Wesleyan is to keep it within one swing. You know, a base hit scores 2. That gets it to 12-7. So if they can keep it within 3, 4, give themselves a chance in the bottom of the 9th where one swing can tie it or perhaps win it. That's all you're trying to do at this point in time.
A 3-0 count here. Perhaps looking at a 4-pitch walk is White. Not so fast, he says, finding the center of the zone on that pitch, making it 3-1. Can White overcome the mental hurdle? Outside for ball 4. And another run comes in to score.
Now batting number 15, Jackson Medor.
11-7 in favor of the Tornado. And now it's Jackson Madore at the plate, who's 0 for 2 today. You got through the top of the order. So that is the silver lining here for Southern Wesleyan. But now you need 4 to tie, 5 to win. Nearly got away from the catcher there.
That's a good job there, keeping another run from scoring.
A 2-1 count. White's delivery gets a swing, and no contact there from Madore, so it draws even at 2.
Nowhere to put him, so White really has to step up here and get this last out of the inning.
And he does exactly that. A strikeout stops the bleeding and puts the game in the hands of the Warriors. 11-7. SWU needs 4 to tie and send it to extras, 5 to win it. We'll see if they can do it when we come back.
If things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart.
The chase is on, and it starts here in the bottom of the 9th. Southern Wesleyan needs 4 to tie, 5 to win it. And it's Cade Bowling who will lead off the final inning, potentially, here in Game 1 of this series.
Definitely a situation here where you want your hitters to see a strike, be a little more patient. You got to have base runners. You got to get at least 3 base runners here to even have a chance. So Warriors have to have the confidence. They've done it previously this season in terms of scoring multiple runs in a half inning, so it's not something that's unreachable.
Not by any means. 2-1. Meredith still on the mound. He's been rock solid so far. Just the 1 run given up. The 3-1 count. And if you're Southern Wesleyan and you could get a couple walks here at this portion of the lineup, because it's batters 6, 7, and 8, that would be critical. And that's a good start as Bowling will trot on over to first base.
That's all you can ask for right there.
And now we will see Matthew McCaffrey, who is 0 for 1 today. He's been walked, hit by a pitch, reached base twice.
Each base runner gets that much closer to the top of the order as well. So,
absolutely. We saw what Tillman and Evett could do in the last inning. Scoring, setting up scoring opportunities.
Yeah, those two have half of the Warrior hits just by themselves. So, there is light at the end of the tunnel. There's no doubt here.
It's now a 2-1 count after the called strike. The 2-1 finds it for strike 2. And McCaffrey in a big spot here. Doesn't look like Southern Wesleyan's going to get aggressive and try to steal. As McCaffrey fouls that one off toward right.
Yeah, I would definitely think the anchors are on here. That run getting to second really does nothing for you. Unless he crosses home plate, it's all null and void at this point.
And the count goes full. High drama here in Central in the bottom of the 9th. And the pitch is hit by McCaffrey, but goes foul in left. Hung up in the air for a good while. That was not that far out of reach for Cale Richardson, but unable to range over there and make the grab.
You called it about an hour and a half ago that there could be drama at the end of the game, and another base runner or two for Southern Wesleyan definitely helps out.
And another foul by McCaffrey. He's starting to get good contact with the baseball, just hasn't quite got the timing down. Meredith's arm, we talked about his unique short arm pitch. It's tough to read as a hitter. But McCaffrey starting to figure it out. Another foul ball.
Yeah, it definitely gives that illusion of getting on you quick. So,
what a battle here in the bottom of the 9th. And that's low for ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the inning. And the pressure cooker just got turned up a little bit more on Braden Meredith. And now it'll be Bo Burge, the freshman from Chandler, Arizona, batting for the Warriors. Burge has had 6 at-bats this season. Recorded 1 hit. That was against Mars Hill. And it looks like Braden Meredith, his day is done. So the 2 walks making Coach Brad Hill just a little bit too nervous to keep him out there. High drama in Central. Don't go anywhere. King changes their pitcher, and more Conference Carolinas baseball when we come back. two different people out there in the batter's box. It's Bo Birch for the first time today. On the mound, it's Jonathan Webster, the Motlow State Community College transfer. And his first pitch was a ball. Webster has pitched 4.1 innings this season, has yet to give up a run. The senior from Strawberry Plains, Tennessee, stands at 5'10".
The beauty of this game, as you mentioned, both of these individuals for 4 hours have done nothing, but yet they play a huge role in the outcome. And there the Warriors are, one swing away from tying this up.
A hit by pitch and no outs still with the bases loaded. This is big. And for Southern Wesleyan, it goes to Wade Turner, who's pinch hitting. Bases loaded, still no outs. One good swing here can tie this game.
Importantly, too, is you got your leadoff hitter on deck here.
Turner has yet to make an appearance this season. This is a big spot here for the sophomore from Concord, North Carolina. The 0-2. High for ball one. And if he can get on base here and a run scores, and then you have the top of the order in Tillman and Evitt, the win probability for Southern Wesleyan jumps up dramatically.
Yeah, you definitely have to like your chances there.
The 1-2 from Webster. A swing and a miss. The strikeout for Turner. And here comes the top of the order. Tillman and Evitt due up. Tristan Tillman gets the first crack at it. He's singled 3 times today and been walked 1 other. Anything in play would be huge for Southern Wesleyan here. It would score 1, maybe even 2 runs and cut into this deficit. Instead, it's a grounder to the second baseman. And it will be an out, just the simple out made at first. So it comes down to Nolan Evitt as Bowling comes in to score, and the runners all advanced. 1 swing from Evitt, his 4th home run of the season, would tie this game. And it looks like there'll be a little chat on the mound. Icing the batter, seems like. Not something you see very often, but before Evitt steps up to the plate here.
Yeah, King at this point is saying this is it. There's no action. There's nobody even in the bullpen right now. So this is their guy. They're going to ride him out and see if he can get 1 more out before the Warriors get 3 or more runs.
And if you're King here, do you contemplate intentionally walking?
You never want to put that tying run on. And even though it does give you a short route with 2 outs here, what you've basically done is putting the tying run on and the winning run at the plate. So I don't think we're going to be seeing that.
Ethan Schimmel would be up for
and you definitely wouldn't want that.
The Warriors. Which, yeah, we mentioned he's about as much of a power hitter as it gets. The pitch for Evitt. He cracks it sky high towards center. Doesn't quite have enough distance, and it's caught in center and King survives. 11-8. The Tornado take game 1. Mike, your final thoughts before we sign off temporarily.
I think what we've witnessed today is what's going to be the storyline for Division II baseball this season. Game 1, 11-8. We talked about the 6 other games already finalized in Conference Carolinas. The winning team had 10 or more runs. It may just be one of those years. I'm not sure why. But most importantly now, Warriors got to regroup. That game's over. Nothing they can do about it here going forward. They've got an opportunity for a short game, the 7th inning coming up. King's obviously feeling good, but as we've talked about this entire game, they seem to have already used the bulk of their pitching, especially from a bullpen standpoint. Maybe even their Game 3 starter. We're not sure. But, take away the loss. Southern Weston's got to like their chances with the bullpen that was used here in Game 1 by King. And, again, like we talked about, too, both coaches are absolutely pleading for their Game 2 starter to go deep in this game here.
Absolutely. We will see if they do in just about a half an hour. Game 1 goes to the Tornado, 11-8. Your final score. Game 2 will be underway here in just about half an hour. We'll see if Southern Wesleyan can get their get back or if the Tornado can win the series. We'll be back in a half hour. It was so nice the first time, they got to do it twice. Game 2 of the doubleheader between King and Southern Wesleyan coming your way in just moments. Live here from Dr. C. Keith Connors Field in Central South Carolina. My name's Jordan York, proud to bring you Game 2 of this doubleheader. Game 2, unlike Game 1, I'll be going it solo, so that'll be fun for sure, but I don't know that it'll be more fun than our first game because that was quite the thriller. King taking the victory 11-8. SWU's rally in the last 3 innings just not quite enough to get the job done, and it was really the top of the order for King. Looking at the bats of Logan Janney, Misal Garcia, Tommy Reagan, and Cale Richardson that won the day for the Tornado, trying to complete the series victory here in Game 2. SWU trying to even it at 1 and force Game 3 tomorrow to be the deciding factor in who wins this series. But leading off for King is Logan Janney. He had 2 homers in Game 1. He'll be tasked with dealing with the arm of Logan Brazel. Brazel, the right-handed senior, transfer from East Georgia State College, has seen 8.2 innings this season. This is his second season with the Warriors. He saw 17 games on the mound last season, 30.1 innings, striking out 29 batters. So far, he's 1-2 on the season, has a win against Newberry, losses at Auburn, Montgomery, and Young Harris. The 1-1 from Brazel, not going to find it, is Janney, so it'll be 1-2. A beautiful February evening in Central South Carolina. The wind has died down significantly from what it was in our first game. The flags in the outfield barely moving, and it was quite a different story in Game 1. Of course, we mentioned Janney homered twice in that first game. But he strikes out there. And a good start to his outing on the mound for Logan Brazel. Now he'll see Misal Garcia, who had a pretty solid first game. The top of the order doing the brunt of the work for the Tornado. He was 2 for 5. Had 2 singles, couple flyouts, and a strikeout in his first game today. And that is well hit toward third base, trying to make the throw in time for the out. A nice job there by Southern Wesleyan, and specifically by Perry Dyer, making the throw to get the second out of the inning. Now we'll see Tommy Reagan, who was just a triple away from the cycle in Game 1 of this series. Had himself a solo home run in the 6th inning. Which was ultimately the winning run. The 1-0 from Brazel, swung on and missed. Brazel this season currently an ERA of 3.12. Fairly reliable so far for the Warriors. Just 2 strikeouts. He's not exactly a strikeout fiend, but he's productive and able to get those outs. Opponents batting just 167 against Brazel so far this season. The 2-2 count. 2 outs here in the top of the first. Southern Wesleyan yet to see the plate. The delivery is low, and the count goes full. Full count for Reagan. And that is hit in the gap into left center and will be a single for Tommy Reagan. Picking up right where he left off in game number 1. So now we'll see Cale Richardson, who was also pretty terrific during game 1. 3/4 of the cycle as well. Was on base in every single plate appearance. All 6 of them. He had a homer, a double, a single, 2 walks, and a hit by pitch. Reagan on first. And the count 0-2. Richardson in a hole here in this first inning. The 0-2 is popped up toward the second baseman. He's able to make the grab, and that will end the inning. No runs on just 1 hit for King, stranding 1 runner on base. It's 0-0. We'll see if Southern Wesleyan can take their first lead of the series when we come back.
Things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
Back here for the bottom of the first, and it's Tristan Tillman leading off for the Warriors, the shortstop. Had a pretty decent first game, 3 for 5, 3 RBIs for the senior from Summerville, South Carolina. Quickly down 0-2 in the count. He's facing off against Rody Kirkland, who is pretty much, you can guarantee he'll go 3 1/3 innings because he's done it in all 3 of his starts this season. Gave up 1 run against Anderson, 2 against UVA-Wise, and 3 against NGU. And he gave up a leadoff single to Tristan Tillman.
Now batting number 48, Nolan Evett.
And now we'll see Nolan Evett, who saw his average take just a little bit of a dip based off of his Game 1 performance. Came into this series at 444. Now he's at 431 after going 2 for 6 in the series opener. Had a double and a single in the loss. And that is cracked going towards center. A diving effort, and the catch is made. Christopher Rosario making the grab out there in center. Not an easy play to make, and a tough break there for Evett, who got good contact, just couldn't quite get the ball to drop. And now we'll see Ethan Schimmel batting .326 on the year. Went 0 for 2. In Game 1, had an RBI on a sacrifice. Or actually, it was more so of a fielder's choice than a sacrifice. One out, Tillman on first. Rody Kirkland has been pretty efficient so far. Just 5 pitches, and he's already seen 3 batters. And Tillman trying to steal. The throw gets the second baseman off the bag. Actually, it got the shortstop off the bag, not the second baseman. And able to steal second is Tillman. And at the rate he's stealing bases, now with 11 this season, you've got to think possibly at the end of the year he could be looking at the school record for stolen bases in a season. And that single ends up getting popped up by Ruiz at second base, and Tillman will come in to score, and SWU has the lead for the first time against the Tornado.
Now batting number 71, Samuel Simons. It does not look like how it is set.
And the error there on Ruiz, a costly one, as Tillman was able to race around to home. And the Warriors take the lead as they look to even this series. Simons rockets one up toward the pitch black sky here in Central. It goes foul. The 0-1 count for Samuel Simons, who we saw come in as a pinch hitter in Game 1, hitting .286 on the season, was 0-1, or 0 for 1, I should say, against King in Game 1. Schimmel on first, and Simons just sent him home. A rocket from Simons, and it's 3-0 Warriors.
And you can say home run, Samuel Simons.
My goodness, he got all of that baseball. Sent it into left field. And that hung up in the air forever before it fell well beyond the wall. And Southern Wesleyan, the question was how would they respond after falling in Game 1 in the fashion that they did, battling so hard, having a rally at the end, but just not quite being able to finish it. Well, we got the answer as to how they would respond emphatically here in game number 2. The 2-run shot for Simons, and now it's Perry Dyer at the plate. He was 1 for 5 with an RBI in the first game against King. Batting .310 this season. The 396-foot home run from Simons, putting the Warriors up 3 here in the bottom of the first. And now we're seeing a flip of the script from what we saw from King in Game 1, where they jumped out to the early lead, had a 4-run first inning, and pretty much never looked back from there. Right now we're seeing SWU jump out to that early lead. We'll see if they can keep running away with this one. A 1-2 count now for Dyer. The pitch was fouled off. That one is chopped towards second base, and another error from Ruiz. The second error of the inning for Jose Ruiz, who has been so reliable for King this season. One mental error has turned into 2 here in this first inning. And a conversation is set to be had. Head coach Brad Hill is walking out there, and he's going to have a chat with his starter, who has been taken advantage of early by these Southern Wesleyan bats. And as they converse on the mound, just trying to settle the nerves of Rhodey Kirkland, it'll be Josh Long up to bat for the Warriors, the designated hitter, hitting .323 on the season, was 2 for 5 in the first game, came around to score once. No change made just yet, so on comes Josh Long to battle Rhodey Kirkland. Dyer on first, and the aggressiveness on the base paths. We'll see if Southern Wesleyan continues to do exactly that. Long ahead, 1-0 in the count. And Kirkland goes outside for ball number 2. You know, if you weren't here during the first game of this doubleheader, we mentioned some of the scores in other Conference Carolinas action so far today, and there's been a recurring theme. It's you got to score 10-plus runs to win the game, because Young Harris beat Barton 10-7, Chowan beat Ferrum 14-9, UNCP beat Emmanuel 16-10, Belmont Abbey beat Mount Olive 11-2, Young Harris beat Barton again 17-7, completing the sweep of that series. King obviously taking down SWU 11-8 in the first game here. Francis Marion beat Shorter 10-6, and then finally breaking the streak of 10-plus runs winning games was UNCP after taking down Emmanuel 8-4 in the second game of that doubleheader. The 3-1 count here for Long, and he can't quite find the baseball, and the count will go full. The 3-2. Fouled off behind the plate, and the at-bat will stay alive. The full count still here for Long. 1 out in this first inning. And the Tornado, I think, trying to get out of this as soon as possible. Outside for ball 4. And Josh Long will walk to first base. So now comes Cade Bowling, who's 7th in the order, batting .231 this season, was 1 for 3 with a double and an RBI, came around to score twice in the loss in game number 1. First pitch low and away for ball number 1. And, of course, it's important to remind you that Game 3 of this series will be tomorrow. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. That is tentative because we're expecting some significant rain and potential weather here in central South Carolina, really all across the upstate of South Carolina. So we'll see if, in fact, that game starts on time. But we will have it for you live on the Conference Carolinas digital network whenever it starts. So make sure to check the SWU Athletics website or check out their socials where they will keep you up to date on any start times if they do change. 2 runners on and 1 out. Also a reminder, since this is Game 2, it will go 7 innings. It will not go the full 9. And the 2-2 now for Bowling. Due up is Matthew McCaffrey, the center fielder. Bowling trying to add to the runs, and instead he goes down swinging. The first strikeout of the day for Rhodey Kirkland.
Now batting number 22, Matthew McCaffrey.
So 2 outs, 2 runners on, and a 3-0 lead for the Warriors, approaching the bottom of the order with 8 in the lineup at the plate right now. One ball, no strikes in the count. Only 1 hit in this inning for Southern Wesleyan, and it was the 2-run homer from Samuel Simons. But a couple Jose Ruiz errors have been detrimental for the Tornado. The 1-1 fouled off by McCaffrey. And of course, we mentioned baseball going on tomorrow, but there's plenty of other action across the Southern Wesleyan campus tomorrow afternoon/evening. Women's lacrosse has their home opener against Colorado State University Pueblo. That game begins at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's senior day for basketball as they take on Belmont Abbey, both men's and women's, in historic Tysinger Gymnasium. And softball will be in action as well, as McCaffrey strikes out and heads to the dugout. The Warriors get 3, and Simons brought home 2 of them with his 2-run homer. 3-0 as we head to the top of the second here from Dr. C. Keith Connors Field. We'll be back on the Conference Carolinas Digital Network. Back here in the top of the second, and it's Josh Nuno up to bat for the Tornado. Nuno, a Conference Carolinas preseason player to watch, and you can watch that ball fly into left field, and McCaffrey wasn't able to find it. Or correction, that was not McCaffrey. That was Samuel Simons with the error. McCaffrey moving from left to center in game 2. So it was Simons who did great in the first inning, making a critical mistake here in the top of the second. And now it's Kenny Hirschfeld at the plate. The junior from New Hyde Park, New York. A Lackawanna College transfer. Was 1 for 5 in the first game against Southern Wesleyan. And that is a slow grounder to short. The throw made in time for the first out of the inning. Nuno advances to third. And here comes Jose Ruiz, who had a bottom of the first that he doesn't want to remember. A good way to forget about it would be with a productive at-bat here in the top of the second. Nuno 90 feet away from home. Ruiz trying to bring him there. Brazel doing a pretty good job here so far. Only giving up 1 hit. And that ball inside for ball number 1. The 1-2 count for Ruiz. Brazel delivers. Low and away for ball 2. Got off to a little later start here this evening than originally planned. Game 2 was scheduled to start at 6 p.m. Did not get underway until a little after 7:30. A full count now for Ruiz. His patient at-bats continuing to do good things for King. Ruiz got promoted in the order from 8th to 7th after his Game 1 performance. Hitting 194 this season. And was 0 for his last 11 before going 3 for 4 against Southern Wesleyan. And he is rewarded with a walk. So runners on the corners. And it's number 8, batting 8th, Adrian Vidal. The shortstop. Junior from Miami, Florida. Transfer from University of the Pacific. He was 0 for 2 with an RBI in Game 1 against the Warriors. The 1-0. Finding the zone. And the count goes to 1-1. Runners on the corners with 1 out. And it looks like there was a little bit of confusion. I don't know if the catcher wasn't sure of the count or what was going on, but the play at home, safe. The run scores for King after the throw at first was bobbled, trying to catch the runner. And that was big because it makes it 3-1. The error creating the run for the Tornado. And it's 3-1 here in the top of the second. And that is hit sky high, trying to track it down in foul territory and make the grab. A nice job done by Perry Dyer over at third base. And now it's Chris Rosario who's at the batter's box at the plate for the Tornado. Two outs here. Runner on first. King was able to get one, but they still trail by 2. And that is another one popped up. Trying to come over and field it is the first baseman, and making the play to end the inning was Schimmel. King gets 1, but they still trail by 2. It's 3-1 headed to the top, or to the bottom of the second, when we return. bottom of the second, and it's the Southern Wesleyan Warriors trying to extend their 3-1 lead. And trying to do it is the bottom of the order, Ryan Postnix, who flies out to center for the first out of the inning. And now back to the top of the order with Tristan Tillman, who singled in his first appearance and then scored.
And now you can throw in the hits and the errors as you see fit.
And Tillman sends one over to third base. The throw by Garcia, perfect, and able to get the out. So now it'll be Nolan Evett, excuse me. In case you can't tell, been a long day.
Now batting number 48, Nolan Evett.
Nolan Evett flew out to center in the first inning. He always is able to get it out there in the outfield, but just hasn't quite been able to get it over the wall yet today. 431 on the season. Homered just 2 days ago against Georgia College, and there he gets hit by a pitch, and he'll head to first base. So now Schimmel comes on, who brought in a run in the first inning before Simon's 2-run homer. Schimmel, 326 on the year, has 2 homers, a triple, and 4 doubles. So he's fairly reliable when it comes to those extra base hits. In fact, half of his hits have been extra base hits this season. And that ball just outside for ball 2. Of course, we mentioned game 1 was fairly clean. Not a lot of errors from either side. So far, game 2 has treated us to 4 errors in just 1.5 innings. Two one now for Schimmel. Kirkland coming up on 40 pitches here in a couple. And that pitch high and inside for ball 3. So pitch number 40, trying to not have another walk. He's already got one of those here tonight. Delivers. And it's a strike, and it's an easy steal for Nolan Evett. His 8th stolen base of the season. And he's in scoring position. 2 outs, a full count. Kirkland delivers. Schimmel rockets one foul. And the at-bat will stay alive. Again, the full count. Schimmel gets hit. And that is one way to end an at-bat. He'll take first base. And now 2 runners on. And here comes Mr. Homer, Samuel Simons. Had the 2-run rocket in the first inning. We'll see if he is able to homer again here in the second. Already has had back-to-back hit by pitches in back-to-back batters. The 0-1 outside for ball one. All of a sudden, Kirkland really racking up the pitches here in this second inning. Pitch number 45 coming up for the senior. Kirkland from Maryville, Tennessee. The 2-1 from Kirkland. Finding the zone. And now it's 2-2. Simons trying to keep the inning alive for the Warriors. Evett steals. So Evett back-to-back stolen bases. And Schimmel gets one as well. Full count for Simons to keep this second inning going. Simons watches it go by for strike number 3, and that will end the inning. No more damage done by SWU. They still lead 3-1 as we head to the bottom of the second, or the top of the third, excuse me, when we come back.
If things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
Back here at Dr. C. Keith Connors Field in Central South Carolina, we get set for the top of the third inning, and it's Logan Janney back at the dish. And the second pitch of the at-bat is the first strike. 3-1 Warriors here in the top of the third. This game only going 7, so crunch time not too far away here in Central South Carolina. The 2-1 fouled off. Jenny has a difficult task trying to follow up a game like he had earlier. Struck out in his first appearance tonight after the previously mentioned 2-home run game in Game 1. Able to foul that one off, keep the at-bat alive. The 2-2. Another foul from Janney. Just battling to keep this play alive. Try to spark some offense here in the top of the third. Brazel goes low, and the count goes full. The full count pitch. Fouled off again by Janney. Quite the battle here between Brazel and Janney. 40-plus pitches now for Brazel here in the top of the third. Another foul from Janney, refusing to go down. Approaching 8:30 local time here in Central. A pitch black sky on a beautiful February Friday evening. And Janney sending the little white ball high up into the black sky, and it was caught by McCaffrey in center field for the first out of the inning. So now Misael Garcia, who's 0 for 1 tonight, grounded out to third base in his first appearance. Trying to get another hit. Had a couple in Game 1. Brazel doing a pretty good job so far. This season he's seen 3 and 4 innings in a couple quality games. 1.2 against Young Harris as well. He can rack up the walks. He's got 7 of them this season, and 8 including tonight. And a little bit of discussion from that pitch, but they call it a ball. So 2-1 now is the count for Garcia. And it's even at 2. Of course, looking ahead for both of these teams, Anderson looks ahead, or Southern Wesleyan looks ahead to a battle with Anderson, I should say, and that Ball lands in the crowd. King will look ahead to a battle with Mars Hill on Wednesday. They'll have to go up to Mars Hill to do it, and then they've got a 3-game series with Barton next weekend, whereas Southern Wesleyan will take on UNCP. So that what lies ahead in the next 7 days for both of these teams. And, of course, Game 3 here tomorrow afternoon. Another grounder toward third. Trying to make the throw is Dyer, and he is 2 for 2 in getting Garcia out here tonight. So now on comes Tommy Reagan, who has had a sensational start to this series. A combined 4 for 6, combining the two games. Of course, we mentioned that first game, he had 3/4 of the cycle. Had a single, a double, a homer, 2 RBIs. And then he had a single in the first inning. He drives another one toward Dyer. Dyer can't quite field it. That was a heater, but the throw was made in time for the out. What a recovery there from Dyer, able to race after the baseball and make the throw to end the inning. No damage done by King. It's 3-1 Warriors as we head to the bottom of the third when we come back on the Conference Carolinas Digital Network. So the man who made both plays in the top of the third to get the last 2 outs, now he gets a chance to make a play with his bat. Perry Dyer at the plate here to lead off this third inning for the Warriors, trying to extend the 3-1 lead. Dyer batting .310 this season, was 1 for 5 in Game 1, and he grounds out there straight in the hands of Reagan.
Now batting number 2, Josh Long.
So now Josh Long to step in for the Warriors. He was walked in his first plate appearance. And we'll see what he's able to do here. Kirkland, 50-plus pitches on the mound. Has 3 strikeouts on the day. Has given up 3 runs, 2 of them earned. And those 2 came off of the home run from Samuel Simons. The 1-2 from Kirkland, fouled off by Long. The 1-2 again, and this one outside for ball 2. Josh Long trying to battle his way toward another walk. He got up to a full count in the first inning and then was able to take ball 4. Fouling this one off again, and the at-bat still goes on. After 3 runs in the first, SWU wasn't able to add any more in the second, and Long has battled his way back to a full count. Of course, we mentioned the subpar seasons that these two had last year, how they'd like to be much improved this season. And we also mentioned that it was last year King who took the victory in the series, 2-1. That was down in Bristol. And walking to first base is Josh Long. He might as well get a Walkman the way he's been walking over to first base here tonight. Now it's Cade Bowling to step up for the Warriors. Still seeking their first Conference Carolinas victory this season. Fell just shy in Game 1, 8-11. And a disengagement there from Kirkland after pitch number 60. You know, we talked about with the number of arms that were used in the first game by both teams, both coaches hoping that their Game 2 starter can go a long ways in this one. So far, that possibility looking pretty decent for both sides. Just a 7-inning game, so not that much longer required. I think coaches are happy if they can get 5 full, maybe even 6 out of their Game 2 starter. And that ball is ripped. Bowling sending it toward left center, falling just shy of the wall. But that's going to be a double, racing around toward home plate, and scoring is Long. An RBI double for Cade Bowling makes it 4-1 Warriors.
Now batting number 22, Matthew McCaffrey.
And now it'll be Matthew McCaffrey due up for the Warriors. And, you know, you got to love his walk-up song. He is wearing number 22, and his song is 22. By Taylor Swift, which I think that's brilliant. Probably a little cliche for number 22, but I still think it's brilliant. (4-1) now. The Warriors lead it here in the bottom of the third. Just one out, and Bowling waiting on second. Down 0-2 in the count is McCaffrey. And it is the bottom of the order now for the Warriors. McCaffrey 8th in the lineup, and then Postnick's 9. We'll see if we see him up next. 1-2 count. McCaffrey digging in. Able to get a good crack of the bat there. That'll land for a single. Bowling trying to come around to score, and no doubt about it, 5-1 Warriors.
Now batting number 3, Ryan Postnick.
McCaffrey's single making it 5-1 in favor of the Warriors. And the blue and white are rolling here so far in game number 2. Action in the bullpen for King. So the leash for Kirkland getting a lot shorter by the minute. Fourth hit of the night for the Warriors. 5 runs resulting from those, as well as a couple errors from King. And Postnick pops one up in the sky toward right field, and standing under it and making the play is Janney. So now we'll see Tristan Tillman for the third time tonight. He had a single and a stolen base in his first appearance, and then grounded out to third in the last inning. And we'll see what he does here. An attempted steal, and the slide with plenty of time. McCaffrey able to advance to second. Already the 5th stolen base for the Warriors here tonight. We mentioned the frequency with which they try and successfully steal bases this season, and that has very much continued into this weekend series. The 0-2. Well outside for ball number 1. And dealing with the top of the order now is Kirkland, who is approaching 70 pitches. So it's only a matter of time, I would assume, before his day comes to a close. The ball gets behind and able to make the play safe on the drop third strike. That is not something you see every day. McCaffrey advancing to third, and then Tillman, the speed demon, able to beat the drop third strike. When there's the drop third strike, you got to make the throw over to first base, and the catcher dropped it. Hirschfeld tried to make the throw over to Reagan, and it just wasn't in time. Tillman, the speed demon, strikes again. And now runners are on the corners here with 2 outs. Head coach Brad Hill trying to argue the ruling pretty emphatically. And so we will see what comes of that. It looks like nothing. His argument comes to no avail, and here comes Nolan Evett, who flew out and then was hit by a pitch. And now that all the chaos has calmed down temporarily, we get back to the action. Runners on the corners, Evett at the plate. A lot of action in the King bullpen. And I think Coach Brad Hill, after unsuccessfully trying to argue his case against the drop third strike, now he's going to try and have a chat with Kirkland. We'll see if he takes out his Game 2 starter or if he trusts him enough to get out of this inning. He's gone 3 1/3 innings in each of his 3 starts this season. We'll see if he does that again here tonight. So far, he's at 2 2/3 and has given up 5 runs, 4 of them earned. He's had 4 strikeouts. And we will see. It looks like the pitching change was made. And so we'll see who it is. We'll step aside here from Central, and we'll update you on the pitching change for the Tornado when we come back. A lot more energy in the Southern Wesleyan dugout as they lead at 5-1 here in the bottom of the third. Dancing to the music being played here at Dr. C. Keith Connors Field. And looking to add on to an already 4-run lead is Nolan Evett. We will see if he can do it against Gavin True, the freshman from Cross Plains, Tennessee. Has had 3 appearances this season, saw 4 innings against Anderson where he gave up 9 runs, 7 earned, then gave up 3 earned in 1 inning against Emory and Henry, and then gave up 4 runs against NGU in 2 1/3 innings. Has an ERA of 17.18 this season. Evitt down 0-1 in the count. And then rips one toward center field. Trying to find it and make the catch is Rosario. And he does exactly that. So Gavin True comes in and gets King out of the inning. But not before SWU adds 2 more to their lead. It's 5-1 headed to the top of the 4th when we come back.
If things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
Brazel back out there for the Warriors, and it'll be Cale Richardson to take him on to lead off this 4th inning. A 5-1 lead for SWU. And Richardson swings and misses there. The count draws even at 1. Outside for ball 2, and you wonder what the approach is going to be. King only has 1 hit so far tonight. Just the 1 run as well. And that one hit foul. Richardson not able to make great contact there. And it's a 2-2 count. Fouled off again by Richardson. And the 2-2 finds strike three. Brazel able to record the strikeout. Richardson goes down looking, and on comes Josh Nuno. And that had to feel very good for Brazel. His second strikeout of the evening, matching his season total coming into tonight. Nuno, in his first appearance, reached on an error. And if it were up to him, he would have a similar fate here in this at-bat. So far, it's 1-1. Brazel doing a terrific job making life difficult here for the Tornado in this second game. You got to think perhaps there could be a little bit of fatigue setting in too with how late it is tonight. That one driven deep towards center, and that will be a double for Nuno. He got all of that one, but not enough to get it out of the stadium. So now Kenny Hirschfeld will step up and try to help advance Nuno here in the top of the fourth. Hirschfeld grounded out to short in his first appearance. We will see what he does here. A strike there, and the King dugout baffled by the call. Not the first time tonight that King has disagreed with a call made by the umpires. Nonetheless, the count sits at 2-1. SWU trying to force Game 3 to be the one that decides this series tomorrow afternoon. And that is popped up, headed back, and foul. And that was really close to hitting a fan here at Dr. C. Keith Connors Field. Fortunately, though, it didn't. Hirschfeld now the 2-2. A called ball, and the count goes full. Perhaps that could have been a little bit of a makeup call from earlier. But now instead it's a full count from Brazel. Outside for ball 4, and that really doesn't matter because the runners will advance. Nuno able to advance because of the wild pitch. But it was going to be Hirschfeld who got on base regardless. And now here comes Jose Ruiz, who has had a sensational series so far. And in a big spot here You wouldn't believe he was batting 194 on the year with how he's done here tonight. And fans in the stands becoming quite animated here this evening. Mentioned 3 for 4 and an RBI in game 1 for Ruiz. He was walked in his first plate appearance earlier tonight. This is his first at bat. Trying to lay down the bunt, and instead he gets hit and is awarded first base. And now, all of a sudden, the pressure cooker has turned up on SWU. Adrian Vidal is set to head to the batter's box. Looks like there might be a discussion being had. I think they're trying to determine whether the batter in Ruiz leaned into the pitch or whether it hit him naturally. You can't lean into the pitch as a batter just to try and create contact and advance to first base. And that discussion is being had. A big-time ruling coming up here in Central. This could be a huge momentum shifter for whichever team this rule is in favor of. And it's in favor of King. So the bases are loaded with just one out. And here comes Adrian Vidal. Brazel getting up there in the pitch count. And there's going to be a meeting on the mound. Whether Brazel's day is done or not is to be determined. Doesn't look like it. Looks like he's just having a chat with his coach and his catcher. Matthew Robinson going out there for the Warriors. One out, bases loaded here. Nuno on third, Hirschfeld on second, Ruiz on first. And Brazel got to step up here, try to get Southern Wesleyan out of this inning with as little damage as possible. You're in a prime double play situation. It'll be interesting to see whether SWU can actually make that happen here in this circumstance. So now the battle begins with Vidal. Low for ball one. And the King dugout is starting to get very energetic. Vidal ahead, 1-0 in the count. Swing and a miss there. And it's even at 1. Brazel getting it out here would be huge. Another miss there from Vidal. This is a huge at-bat. Brazel. The 1-2. low for ball 2. And both sides very animated. They know how much this at-bat is going to mean for dictating the rest of this game. High for ball 3. The count goes full with 1 out. Can Brazel deliver the 3rd strike here or cause the out? Or will Vidal get the best of him? Vidal gets the best of him. Able to battle his way into a walk. And Nuno comes in to score, making it 5-2. And now it'll be Rosario up to bat. Same situation, bases loaded, 1 out. But now a Rosario slam would put King ahead. And that, the first strike of the at-bat. Fouled off toward the SWU dugout. Down 0-2 in the count is Rosario. A strikeout here would be huge for Brazel. It's just a matter of whether he can make it happen here in the top of the 4th. Brazel just a bit too far inside there for ball number 1. The 1-2. Low for ball 2. And we might be looking at a little deja vu here from Brazel. Rosario trying to battle his way on base. And all of a sudden it's a full count again. Brazel north of 80 pitches now tonight. And the full count pitch. Hit right back toward him. The throw made it home and able to get the out. And that was probably the best thing that could have happened there. Rosario able to advance on the fielder's choice. But now it's a tricky situation because here comes Logan Janney. The top of the order back at the plate here for King. Trailing by 3 in the top of the 4th. And looks like umpires having a discussion about something. I'm not sure what. But we'll wait and see what comes as a result of their chat. Janney so far 0 for 2 tonight. And now Janney on with bases loaded. He never got this luxury in game 1. We'll see what he can do with it here in game 2. 2 outs. And the base is loaded. Janney sends it to Dyer. Dyer can't collect it. And the run comes in to score in Ruiz. Dyer couldn't quite field it. And now it's 5-3. And this is not what you wanted if you're the Warriors. King now fully back in this game. And it's Misael Garcia at the plate, who is grounded out to Dyer in both of his at-bats tonight. The 0-1. In there for strike 2. Advantage, Brazel. Pitch number 85 coming up for Brazel. Just trying to get out of this. And that's ball 1. Trying to get out of this 4th inning with SWU still holding the lead. It's up to Brazel to make it happen. Can he do so? Delivering just a bit inside. And the count even at 2. Brazel making everyone here pay real close attention as Garcia fouls it off to the left. High drama here in the top of the 4th. Practically the halfway point of this game and a big momentum shift in play. The 2-2. High for ball 3. Another full count that Brazel has to deal with in the top of the 4th. The 3rd separate time that this situation has befallen him. The full count is popped up in foul territory. A chance to make the play, and it's caught to end the inning. Ranging over and finding it is Schimmel, and that will end the inning. Stranding 3 is King, but more importantly, scoring 2. It's 5-3. We head to the bottom of the 4th when we come back.
Things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
the man who made the play in the top of the fourth in Ethan Schimmel. He'll lead off the bottom of the fourth here for Southern Wesleyan, who has a 5-3 lead in Game 2 of this doubleheader against King. A reminder, Game 3 here tomorrow, tentatively scheduled for 2 p.m. Couple other score updates from games that are just finishing across the Conference Carolinas. Belmont Abbey took care of Mount Olive 22-5. UNCP got Emmanuel 8-4, completing the series win, taking the first 2 games of that one. Francis Marion 10-6 over Shorter, and they're currently in Game 2 of their doubleheader. A 4-pitch walk to start off the inning for Schimmel. Francis Marion currently leads it 7-2 in the top of the 7th. So now Schimmel on first, Simons at the plate. We all saw what happened the last time this situation presented itself. We'll see if Simons can homer again. Instead, he nearly gets hit. Gavin True on the mound for King. And the 1-0 outside for ball 2. 6 consecutive balls here for True, the freshman, and Hirschfeld is going to go over and have a chat with him. Just try to get him to calm down, collect himself, find the strike zone, and try to last as long as possible, because King used a number of arms in the first game of this series. They can't really afford to be using too many over the course of Game 2 if they want to have anybody available for Game 3 tomorrow. So True needs to last as long as physically possible for King here in this second game. 6 straight balls for Simons. Can he find himself a strike? And Simons sees a strike for the first time in a while. True throws a strike for the first time in a while. Schimmel on first, the 2-1. Fouled back. And it's 2-2. Over halfway gone here in game number 2. Coming up on nearly 6.5 hours of baseball on this third Friday in February. The count goes full for Simons. The 3-2 pitch. Outside for ball 4. Back-to-back walks for True. And now here comes Dyer, trying to perhaps bring home some runs. Looks like we'll see a pinch runner for Simons. And it'll be Luke Taylor who will be doing the base running. Luke Taylor has attempted to steal 4 times this season, been successful twice. Dyer so far tonight, 0 for 2. Reached on an error in the first inning and then grounded out to first base in the second. True. Goes low. True just really struggling these last few minutes to find the strike zone. Hitters have been very comfortable not having to swing the bat, because True just can't seem to locate at the moment. I think if you see 3 straight walks here from True, you definitely consider making a change. There's no action currently. It looks like to make a change, but 3-0 count could change that in a hurry. And True high for ball 4. So loading the bases with 3 consecutive walks. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. This is a prime opportunity for Southern Wesleyan to start to take over this game. And it looks like he won't get the chance to do so. Action in the bullpen for King. I would imagine True's day not done just yet, but conversations being had. At the moment, he's still got the ball in his glove, but there is a person warming up in the King bullpen. Five, 5-3, Southern Wesleyan leads it. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Bases loaded. And this is a golden opportunity for the Warriors to pile on some runs here. True being left out on the mound. A lot of trust King has in the freshman. And we'll see what he can do here against Josh Long. He's been walked his first 2 plate appearances tonight. And another ball to start the at-bat for Josh Long. Fouled off there toward the SWU dugout, and the count goes 1-1. Well outside for ball 2. A 2-1 count here for True. The freshman just trying to get some confidence, getting out, help himself here in this inning. But he's yet to be able to do so. And could potentially be looking at a 4th straight walk to start the inning. Fouled off.
See, that's when the sound effect.
And hitting the pole there was long. The count goes full. What happens here will be very influential to what happens in the status of True, and that just barely goes foul. It was hit down the left field line, just barely went foul as it was screaming toward third base. Full count for Long. And the pitch swung on and missed the first out of the inning there, and that's one he wants to have back because that was not a pitch he needed to swing at. And what it does is it gets King their first out of the inning. And now that the bullpen is warmed up, I think that change will be made. Yes, it will. Gavin True's night comes to an early close. We will see who replaces him when we come back. 5-3, SWU leads it. Bases loaded and one out when we return. Back here in Central, and it's going to be Connor Haynes on the mound for King in replacement of Gavin True. He's seen a good bit of action this season. Saw 2/3 innings against Anderson, gave up 5 runs. 1/3 against UVA Wise, didn't give up any. And then 1.2 and 3 innings against Emory and Henry, where he gave up 3 and 2 runs respectively. 15.8 ERA this season. And his first couple pitches were balls. It's Cade Bowling at the plate for the Warriors, who doubled in his last appearance, went on to score as well there in the 3rd inning. And that was really close to clipping his shoulder. But regardless, it's a 3-0 count. A good chance here for SWU to add on to this lead. Not so fast, says Haynes as he finds the zone for strike one. And that is well hit in left field. That's going to drive home one and maybe two. A 2 RBI double for Cade Bowling. Back-to-back doubles for him. And it is now 7-3 in favor of the Warriors. A terrific job there by Bowling, who's now 2 for 3 on the night. Has himself 3 RBIs on his 2 doubles. And it's Matthew McCaffrey now at the dish. And he sends one up short towards second base. Ruiz wasn't able to locate it. And racing home is Dyer. 3 quick runs rattled off for the Warriors. They lead it by 5.
Now batting number 3, Ryan Posnix.
And that was tough to locate for Ruiz. McCaffrey didn't get the best contact, but it managed to find a way. Land where Ruiz couldn't find it on his back shoulder. And now it is Ryan Posnix, who is 0 for 2 tonight with a couple deep flies. We'll see what he does here. Looks like he was trying to lay down a bunt. Which would certainly be not a bad strategy. The 1-0. Well hit by Posnix. Is it going to drop? Perhaps. Not quite able to grab it was Rosario. Another run scores for SWU, and it's 9-3. That was a perfectly placed fly ball. Rosario's diving effort just not able to haul it in. It looked like it was in his glove and then popped out when he made contact with the ground. And the run scored, and now a dangerous situation being at the top of the order now for Southern Wesleyan. King trying to stop the bleeding because they've given up 4 quick runs. And the double steal, effortless there from McCaffrey and Posnix. Tillman is 1 for 3 tonight. Advanced in the last inning on a drop third strike. It's the first time I've seen that in some time. In my short time calling baseball games. First time I've seen that this season, actually. The 0-2. Hit foul by Tillman. And keeping his at-bat alive. Nolan Evitt on deck for the Warriors. And it looks like a chat is being had between the base runners the batters and the head coach of the Warriors, Matthew Robinson. 0-2 count here. Bottom of the fourth, still 1 out, 9-3 your score. And I made a joke during the first game that we might have Conference Carolinas Baseball Midnight Edition. Well, we're not that far off. It's 9:30, and we still have 3 innings to go. Back to the action. Tillman, the 0-2, drops low for ball 1. The 1-2 hit back towards short. The throw home. And now trying to force the run to score in a pickle there was McCaffrey, and that was not going to work out for him. The fielder's choice. There was a lot of 5-2, 5-1 action there. And the one thing it did do was Tillman was able to go to second base. So now it's Postnick's on third, Tillman on second, and Nolan Evett at the plate. And 0-1 now for Evett. Evett and Tillman have been at the plate in all 4 innings so far tonight. Evett is 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch in the second inning and then stole 2 bases, but was unable to score. Dealing with a 1-1 count. Evett. Single through the gap, and another run comes in to score for the Warriors. 5 in the inning, and it's now 10-3. Postnick comes across to score after Evett records his first hit of the night. And now, mentioned a little bit of a flipping of the script from Game 1 into Game 2. That's exactly what's happening. What was a 9-2 lead for King in Game 1 is now a 10-3 lead for SWU in Game 2. Schimmel back at the dish for the second time this inning. He was the first man to walk. And Evett stealing. No bother even making the throw there. The third stolen base of the game for Nolan Evett. Ten stolen bases on the season. The 1-2 now for Schimmel. Inside for ball 2. And King fans not happy. They thought they were going to finally be out of this inning. The umpires saying not so fast. The 2-2 is hit back towards center. It's got a lot of lift. Able to get over Rosario. He falls down in center. 2 runs are coming in to score, and it could potentially be a triple, and it is. A triple for Schimmel. Driving in 2, and it's 12-3 in favor of SWU. Wow. How the tables have turned here in this 4th inning.
Now batting number 0, Luke Taylor.
It was King who had 2 in the top of the inning. Had bases loaded for a majority of that inning. It looked like momentum had shifted drastically in favor of the Tornado. Then it was 3 straight walks, and the momentum went right back to SWU. And then the runs started piling on. And now 7 of them have shown up here in this 4th inning. And it's 12-3 in favor of SWU. A reminder, regardless of how large the margin gets, there is no run rule. We will play all 7 regardless. As that fouled off by Taylor. The 2-2 with 2 outs. Taylor sends it back towards short. It goes over his glove, and another run comes in to score. It's 13-3. Piling it on here in the bottom of the 4th. Taylor recording the single, and 8 runs have shown up in this inning for Southern Wesleyan. They had 8 in the entire first game. The Bats have come out on fire here tonight. And trying to steal is Taylor. The throw was awry, and Taylor was able to head all the way to 3rd as a result. The bad throw from Hirschfeld causing Taylor to advance to 3rd. And now we'll see Perry Dyer for the 2nd time this inning. He was walked and scored in his earlier appearance. 0 for 2 tonight. And now a 3-0 count. And this could potentially be very dangerous for King. A 4-pitch walk for Haynes. And you got to wonder if his night might be coming to an end here shortly. Action in the bullpen for King. And now we'll see Josh Long, who struck out earlier in the 4th. After being walked his first 2 appearances, he's 0 for 1 tonight. Haynes trying to battle past this adversity, but he's seen 30-plus pitches in this inning since coming in relief of Gavin True. And he's going to see some more potentially as that ball's driven into right field, but able to make the grab. And in the inning is Janney, mercifully, for the Tornado. 13-3 after SWU piles on 8 runs in the bottom of the 4th. The top of the 5th, King looked to answer when we come back.
Things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Our virtues set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
Well, we saw Gavin come in for King in relief, and it didn't quite go so well. We'll see if the opposite is true for Southern Wesleyan, as it's Gavin Kent taking over after Brazel's day is done. After 89 pitches, giving up just 3 runs, a solid performance from the senior. Now we'll see what Gavin Kent, the freshman from Dayton, Ohio, can do. The righty stands at 6'2", 210 pounds. Has not given up an earned run this season. Has seen 1 inning of action. And he's tasked right now with Tommy Reagan, who that's a tough challenge for your first battle of the night to be against. Ahead 3-1 in the count is Reagan. And fouled off for another full count, something that's becoming all too familiar for Southern Wesleyan here defensively in the last couple innings. Delivers. Reagan sends it toward right, trying to make the play in foul territory, but that one goes well out of play and into the brush surrounding the stadium here in Central. The count stays full here in the top of the 5th. Down he goes. A swing and a miss for Reagan. A nice start to the inning for Gavin Kent. And now he'll see Cale Richardson. Kent has had 2 strikeouts all season coming into tonight. He's got 1 in the first batter he faces here in Game 2. Two-one count now for Richardson. 1 out here in the top of the 5th. And that was a screamer toward the King dugout. A foul ball, evening the count at 2. Another swing and a miss, and another strikeout. Gavin Kent on fire to start his evening.
Now batting number 9, Josh Nuno.
And now he's tasked with Josh Nuno, the designated hitter, who's 1 for 2 tonight with a double. He reached on an error as well. And another wild swing to start the at-bat. And Gavin Kent cooking here so far. And hit by pitch is Nuno. So he will head over to first. So now it'll be Kenny Hirschfeld who steps up to the plate. Hirschfeld down 0-1 in the count. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. SWU trying to get out of this inning and then possibly add on some more to their pretty comfortable lead. 13-3. Of course, if they have it their way, they'll only bat twice, and they won't need the bottom of the 7th here this evening. And that pitch gets away from the catcher. Nuno will advance to second. Postnick's just not quite able to field the wild pitch from Kent. The 1-1. High for ball 2. And that was well hit. Perfectly in the gap between third and short. And it'll be a single for Hirschfeld. So now Jose Ruiz will be in the batter's box. Ruiz is yet to see an actual at-bat so far. He's been walked and hit by a pitch. And that one headed toward foul territory. A chance perhaps to make the play, but not quite, as it goes over and out of play. Ruiz quickly down 0-2 in the count. Runners on the corners. 2 outs. Trying to get out of this inning. He's got 2 strikeouts for the 2 outs in this inning. Looking perhaps for his third. And that'll be a grounder toward Dyer. Making the throw to get the out. Nicely done there by Dyer. And that will put an end to the 5th inning. No runs score in the top of the 5th for the Tornado. They still trail by 10. It's 13-3 SWU as we head to the bottom. London Moshiri, the man on the mound now for the Tornado. Pitcher number 9 they have used in this doubleheader here today. And we'll see if he can slow down the Southern Wesleyan Bats, which were on fire in the bottom of the 4th, adding 8 runs and extending what was a 5-3 lead to now the score you see on your screen, 13-3, as we are now in the bottom of the 5th. Cade Bowling out there in the batter's box for the Warriors. Bowling has 2 doubles, 3 RBI tonight. The 1-2 from Moshiri. Outside for ball 2. Coming in with an ERA of 3. He gave up 1 run in 3 innings in the season opener against Anderson. Struck out 4. Gave up 2 hits and 2 walks as well. The freshman from Flowery Branch, Georgia. Trying to deliver with a full count here. And it's hit toward the second baseman, Ruiz, making the play and getting the out, the first of the inning.
Now batting number 22, Matthew McCaffrey.
So now we'll see Matthew McCaffrey, who's 2 for 3 tonight, and the bottom of the order has really done great work here tonight for Southern Wesleyan. Bowling has 2 hits. McCaffrey has 2 hits as well. Half of the hits tonight for SWU coming from batters 7, 8, and 9 in the order. Well, if umpires get paid by the hour, they are making quite the payday, because we've just passed hour number 7 of baseball here in Central today. And that one's popped up to the pitcher for the out.
Now batting number 3, Ryan Posnix.
Not great contact there from McCaffrey, and he'll head back to the dugout as a result. So now we'll see Posnix, who is last in the order, tried to start a 2-out rally for the Warriors. And that pitch nearly hit him. 2 quick balls for Posnix. Two outs. King trying to get out of this inning with no further damage done. That one popped up behind the plate. A chance for Hirschfeld, but it hits off of the netting, protecting the fans. The 2-2 pitch is a swing and a miss for Posnix. No further damage done. The deficit remains the same. We head to the top of the 6th. It's 13-3 Warriors here in Central. Now batting for King to lead off the top of the sixth, it's Adrian Vidal. A new pitcher for Southern Wesleyan is number 46, Luke Weldon. Weldon, who has seen 1.2 innings this season, the redshirt sophomore from Lexington, North Carolina. Has an ERA of 5.4 on the season. And we'll see if Vidal and the Tornado are able to cut in to this deficit here in the top of the sixth, because it's a long road to climb to get back into this game trailing by 10. Of course, don't forget, if you've been entertained by the doubleheader here tonight, Game 3 will be here tomorrow afternoon, tentatively scheduled for a 2 p.m. first pitch. We're monitoring potential weather conditions that could affect that start time, but if anything changes, be sure to check the Southern Wesleyan University Athletics website or their social media for updates in regards to time changes, should there be any. The 1-2 for Weldon gets walloped going toward left center. Does it have enough air under it? It does for the out. Able to range over and make the grab was McCaffrey. And now Christopher Rosario will be at the plate. He is 0 for 2 tonight. The last three batters in the order for the Tornado, a combined 0 for 5. And King just 3 hits here tonight. Game 2 has not been nearly as fruitful for the Tornado as Game 1 was. More than likely, we will see Game 3 tomorrow deciding this series, unless something drastically changes here in Central. And that's a good one that'll drop a base hit for Rosario, his first tonight. And that'll bring on Logan Janney, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Of course, hard to follow up the performance he had in Game 1 with 2 homers. For 3 tonight, reached on an error in the 4th inning. That's the only time he's seen the bases here tonight. Janney sends one toward right, trying to go over there and make the plays. Taylor, instead, it drops fair, and now it's a throw. Going to be a close play at second, and it gets past. So unable to track it down in right field was Taylor. And so it ends up being another costly error for SWU. The fourth error of the night, for Southern Wesleyan. King has had 3 of their own. And it's Misael Garcia, who's 0 for 3 tonight, looking to try and bring in some runs for the Tornado. And that pitch low for ball 3. So all of a sudden, things getting a little bit interesting here at Dr. C. Keith Connors Field. And the bases are loaded. So now we'll see if Tommy Reagan can drive in any runs here for King. A 10-run deficit could be cut into very quickly here with a good hit from Reagan. Able to find the zone there for strike 1 is Weldon, who is coming up on just about 20 pitches here in this first inning. That is the first inning of action for him. Came in at the start of the top of the 6th, has recorded 1 out so far. Would like to record another one right here. Maybe even a double play should the opportunity present itself. And instead, Reagan rips it toward left. It'll drop. Trying to find it and make the throw is Evett, and that's going to be a 2-run double for Tommy Reagan. And the deficit has been sliced to 8.
Now batting number 4, Cale Richardson.
And now it'll be up to Cale Richardson to try and cut into it just a little bit more. 2 runs here in the top of the 6th. Garcia 90 feet away from home. Reagan on second. And Richardson, who had a great first game, had 3/4 of the cycle. He is 0 for 3 here tonight. And that is sent sky high, ranging over toward the King dugout, trying to make the play, but unsuccessful was Schimmel. Those pop-ups are so difficult to read, especially because there's not much wind here tonight, but there's just a little bit to change the ball flight. The 0-2 here for Weldon. Not quite in the zone. And so it's a 1-2 now for Richardson. Runners in scoring position. And he swung and got nothing. A strikeout there for Richardson. 3 consecutive for the left fielder. And on comes Nuno.
Now batting number 7, Dylan Adams.
Or actually, it'll be A pinch hitter in Nuno's place, wearing number 7, Dylan Adams. Adams, a junior from Las Vegas, Nevada. The Sin City native was a transfer from the Allegheny College of Maryland. Adams hitting 174 this season. Hasn't recorded a hit since Valentine's Day, where he went 2 for 5 against North Greenville. The 1-1. Just a bit outside for ball 2. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Southern Wesleyan just trying to preserve this lead. Weldon trying not to load the bases here if at all possible. It'll be Hirschfeld on deck. And a swing and a miss there from Adams makes the count full. And able to draw the walk is Adams. So the bases are loaded. And it'll be Hirschfeld to try and add to the run tally here in this 6th inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs. This is a pretty big spot here. King has already left 7 runners on base tonight. You don't want to leave 3 more if you can avoid it. And that is ripped. Hirschfeld just made this a bit more interesting. A grand slam from Hirschfeld. And 13-5 becomes 13-9. That one just staying fair in left field. And that was a dramatic change for King. Those 4 runs coming across make this game a lot more interesting. 2 outs. Weldon was just trying to get out of the inning. And instead, he threw a pitch that Hirschfeld completely got a hold of and sent over the fence. $13-9. And it's Jose Ruiz at the plate now for the Tornado. While we have a quick break in the action, I want to remind you that women's lacrosse begins bright and early tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. The home opener for the women's lacrosse team as they are set to take on Colorado State University Pueblo. That'll be one you make sure to not miss on the Conference Carolinas Digital Network. Colin Calvert will be on the call for that one beginning at 11 tomorrow morning. Of course, we also mentioned baseball will be here tomorrow. Softball will be here tomorrow. Senior day for basketball will be at SWU tomorrow. So this campus is going to be very busy tomorrow afternoon with a lot of different things. Make sure to catch them all on the Conference Carolinas Digital Network. And Ruiz fouls his first pitch back behind the plate. Six runs in the top of the sixth for King. And the Hirschfeld home run, his second of the season, cutting the deficit to just 4. Ruiz sends it towards short. The throw, is it made in time? It gets away. And Ruiz able to advance to second as a result.
Now batting number 8, Adrian Vidal.
And now it'll be Adrian Vidal. Here to try and keep this inning going. What a 2-out rally this has been for the Tornado. That pitch high for ball 1. And outside for ball 2. Ten hits to 6 in favor of SWU. 13 runs to 9 in favor of SWU. 5 errors for Southern Wesleyan have certainly had an impact on this game. And that is popped up in foul territory, trying to go over there and make the play, and it falls fair, and the run scores! Oh my goodness! Ruiz was running for his life because it was 2 outs, and he figured why not, and somehow the pop-up dropped fair, and he came in to score. Unbelievable what has taken place here in the top of the 6th. And now it is up to Rosario to keep it going and bring King perhaps to the top of the order. What seemed like a game very out of reach coming into this inning has quickly become the opposite. A 13-10 ball game. Schimmel unable to make the catch on the pop-up from Vidal. And Ruiz scored as a result. The lead, just 3. And Rosario sends one toward right. Trying to make the play is Taylor, and he is able to. So that will end the top of the 6th. 7 runs in the top of the 6th, highlighted by a Kenny Hirschfeld grand slam. Make this a 3-run ball game headed to the bottom of the 6th here in Central. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on the Conference Carolinas Digital Network. The top of the order for the Warriors as we get set here for the bottom of the sixth. And how do they respond after a 7-run sprint from the Tornado in the top of the sixth? Tristan Tillman will be the first person to dictate that response. He's 1 for 4 tonight. Moshiri back out on the mound for the Tornado. A 2-1 count. A swing and a miss there from Tillman. The count goes full. High drama here in Central. And that is hit just foul. Just beyond the left field line. The at-bat stays alive. And that'll be a walk for Tillman.
Now batting number 48, Nolan Evans.
So now perhaps a chance for SWU to respond and extend their lead. Nolan Evett to take his turn in the box. 1 for 3 tonight. Batting .431 on the season. And you wonder if you're King, the sheer number of arms you've thrown to this point in this series might be coming back to haunt you. And it especially could tomorrow in Game 3. Nine arms used across 2 games. A 1-0 count for Evett. Tillman on first. And the first strike for Moshiri. Moshiri's already got 1 strikeout tonight. And if King doesn't give up any runs here, it's not unreasonable to think that a comeback in the top of the 7th is out of the question. They've clearly shown they can get a lot of runs in short innings. And that was a balk. So Tillman will advance to second. No need to steal the base, although he probably could have if he wanted to. And the coach again coming out to try and dispute the call. And to no avail. Pitch number 25 for Moshiri. And that's hit by Evett And now Tillman's got to go back because he was trying to steal third. And instead, it ends up being a fly out for Evitt, and Tillman can't advance. That was a worst case scenario moment there for Southern Wesleyan. And now it'll be Ethan Schimmel, who had a triple and a walk in the fourth inning. Scored twice. And more action in the King bullpen. So perhaps a fifth pitcher in this game, a 10th in this doubleheader could be headed out there for the Tornado. We'll see if, in fact, that is the case. Looks like right now it's just conversation being had. But this has been quite the day of baseball here in Central. Game 1, 11-8 in favor of King. Game 2, currently 13-10 in favor of SWU. Still plenty more baseball left here in the bottom of the sixth. And no change made just yet, so the action in the bullpen might be just for optics. One out here for Schimmel. Tillman on second, so a chance to score him with a base hit. And an intentional walk for Schimmel. So he'll just head on over to first base. And I guess they respect his abilities after the triple in the last inning. And now Taylor skies one up toward the pitcher. Ranging over to make the play is Garcia. And that'll be the second out of the inning. So now it'll be up to Perry Dyer to try and extend this inning for Southern Wesleyan. And we're going to have a pitching change before that happens. So arm number 10 for the Tornado in this doubleheader. We'll update you on who it is when we return. Well, it's not the 10th different arm of the series. It's 9 arms, but this one's been seen twice. It's Jonathan Webster, who's been brought in to close out this inning for the Tornado. Webster closed out Game 1 against the Warriors, able to save the 11-8 victory. And he pretty much has been the closer for King this season has yet to give up a run and has at least one strikeout in all of his appearances. I think trying to make sure they get out of this inning without SWU extending this lead anymore. And then it's up to King in the top of the 7th to try and take the game possibly into extras, or if they put up another 7 runs, then certainly the odds of them winning it increase greatly. But first, they got to get out of this inning, and 2 runners are on for the Warriors. Dyer stepping up here, trying to add on to this lead. And the double steal is successful. So another stolen base for Tillman, number 12 on the season. A 2-0 count for Dyer. Runners in scoring position. And that pitch, nowhere close. And so now a 3-1 count. And there is the walk. Loading the bases is Dyer. And it'll be up to Josh Long to make any chance of coming back for King, a long shot. A 3-run lead here for SWU. A chance to make it way more. Perhaps answer Hirschfeld's grand slam with one of his own. Moshiri able to find the zone there for strike 1. And a wild swing there from Long makes it 0-2. Ball 1. Moshiri trying to get out of this inning. Long trying to keep it alive for SWU. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. And that will fire up the King dugout, who now has a chance to tie this game or force SWU to have to do that. They need 3 in order to extend this game. We will see if they get it. The top of the 7th when we come back. Here in the top of the 7th, it'll be up to the right arm of Nick Gonzalez in order to give Southern Wesleyan their first Conference Carolinas victory this season. In order to do that, he has to prevent King from scoring 3 here in the top of the 7th. 13-10 is your score with the Warriors leading the way. Gonzalez this season has seen 1 inning against Newberry, gave up no runs. 1.2 innings against Mars Hill, gave up no runs. And then 3 innings against Young Harris, where he gave up 8 runs in the loss. So we will see if he can close out here. He seems to be a pretty reliable closer so far. But he's going to be faced with the top of the order here in the top of the 7th. The King dugout getting animated. Southern Wesleyans staying calm, cool, and collected, playing with the lead. And Gonzalez's first pitch is a strike. Gonzalez coming in with an ERA of 12.7, but that is largely exacerbated by his performance against Young Harris. Quickly ahead, 0-2 in the count. And Gonzalez goes outside for ball 1. The final 3 outs here for King. They need 3 runs. Janney able to foul it behind the plate, keep the at-bat alive. Gonzalez taking his time. The 1-2. Just outside for ball number 2. Janney has yet to record a hit tonight. And Janney gets a hold of that one, but it goes foul in left field. 13-10. Southern Wesleyan trying to hang on, secure their first Conference Carolinas victory. And a strikeout will help the cause. Gonzalez causes Janney to go down swinging, and SWU is just 2 outs away. Misael Garcia now the next up to meet Gonzalez. Garcia and Reagan, the 2 guaranteed to see the plate for King. Everyone else is optional. The first pitch, a ball. And then a strike on the second, and the King dugout doesn't like it. But it doesn't matter. 1-1 now the count. 1 out as well. In there for strike 2. Gonzalez ahead in the count. Feeling very comfortable right now. The redshirt senior, a transfer from Winthrop. And that one got away from him. Goes high behind the plate for ball 2. A 2-2 count for Garcia. Gonzalez inside, and the count goes full. The pressure continues to mount here at Dr. C. Keith Connor Field. The full count from Gonzalez. Fouled off toward the King bullpen. King not going down without a fight. You wouldn't expect anything less. Approaching 11 o'clock local time here in Central. The 3-2. High for ball 4, and Garcia will head to first base.
Now batting number 35, Tommy Reagan.
And now it's up to Tommy Reagan to try and push him a little bit forward on the base paths. Reagan 2 for 4 tonight. Singled in the first inning, doubled in the last. And that pitch well inside for ball 1. Reagan having to avoid making contact with it. And a quick conference between Posniks and Gonzalez. Just trying to calm down his pitcher, make sure they're on the same page here in this big-time spot in the top of the 7th. High for ball 2. My goodness. The pitch just outside and a bit low for ball 3. And that one finding the zone, just barely preventing the 4-pitch walk. Gonzalez trying to battle back, force a full count. And he does. Reagan fouls it off. High energy here in Central. You wouldn't know it was 11 o'clock based on the energy that's here. And a strikeout from Gonzalez, delivering in a huge moment. And the Warriors just 1 out away from their first Conference Carolinas win of the season. A swing and a miss there for Richardson. This game lies in the hands of Cale Richardson, who is 0 for 4 tonight, has struck out each of his last 3 appearances. Gonzalez hit toward the third baseman. Dyer can't make the play. And now trying to race to third. And gets there with plenty of time, does Garcia. So the tying run is at the plate.
Now batting number 7, Dylan Adams.
The tying run at the plate is Dylan Adams, who was walked in his first appearance. Came into tonight batting 174 on the season. And that first pitch is a strike. Can Gonzalez close it out here for Southern Wesleyan? Or does King have a little bit more fight left in him? One count. The pitch swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. The Warriors one strike away from forcing Game 3 to be the ultimate decider of this series. Gonzalez delivers the victory for the Warriors. 13-10, the Warriors take Game 2 after King takes Game 1, 11-8. What offensive displays we've seen in the first two games. Game 3 is going to be special. Don't miss it tomorrow afternoon, scheduled for 2 p.m. first pitch here on Conference Carolina's digital network. King takes Game 1, SWU takes Game 2. Who takes Game 3? Find out tomorrow. But for now, I'm Jordan York saying so long from Central, and we'll see you here tomorrow at Dr. C. Keith Connor Field. Good night.